Hello. Hello, Simon Pierre Dubé. Yes, we are going to play tactics now. Because this is the way. I have the chat on the laptop. I'm going to upload a schedule. Also, I think this stream we're going to have to take a break at some point for me to walk Fido. Because my brother decided literally. Oh, God, the touchpad, the laptop is so bad. Why, it's driving me crazy. Driving me insane. And now the button's not working. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. All right. As promised, we're starting this. Not so. Promised, we're starting this. Not so. Promised, we're starting this. Whoa. Not so. Promised, we're starting this. Whoa. Hydropole 2. We're gonna start this with Final Fantasy Tactics. There should be no echo. Hold on. Is there an echo? Hold on. Is there an echo? Hold on. Is there an echo? There you go. No echo anymore. I fixed it. Fixed the echo. God, this laptop is so bad. All right. Tactics. It's gonna be our warm-up. I already installed the Fido. Jeszcze nie. Already stole the blood sword from Gavgarian. We've already beaten that level. Last stream. Or at some point. So I guess my question is, should I steal the ancient sword? Should I steal the ancient sword as well? Or no? I know that you'll be able to buy it later. You can buy it later. Maybe it's not necessary to. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. So it's not worth it, in other words. We can just go ahead and do the mission. Oh, I have to. Also, I have a throne. Consider going to my throne, and because I'll be heading to Ukraine on Sunday, or I need to get my controller cable. But before I do, I'm planning to go to Ukraine on Sunday or on Monday, so I have to gather funds. Consider donating. Sadly, I'm pretty sure I will not be able to get a new microphone before heading out to Ukraine. But you know, it is what it is. Am I now a queen? Not yet. But I am the queen of doing stream on schedule. I have become the queen of doing streams on schedule. On being consistent. Queen of consistency. I'll be right back. I need the controller cable. You can give you that? You can give me what? I'll be right back. Yeah, that's right. I will. Ouch, 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 ouch. I will never play Final Fantasy Tactics with a keyboard and a mouse. That would be like, I would feel like a Satanist. Like that ever. Most streamers are always late. I don't understand why putting out time if you're going to be 30 minutes late or make people wait in a stream soon. True. See? Like streamers that have, let's say, I stream every day from 6 p.m. EST, and then they start always at least 1 hour past that time. Okay, I'm not gonna name names. Not so. He's really pissed with me now. He'd be pissed with my brother. Anything. So after when we finish the warm-up, I guess I might have to, because my brother just threw this on me. That's just like, oh yeah, I cannot go out with him. My leg hurts or whatever. I'm in pain. You go with him because I have to do everything always. But it's whatever. I shouldn't complain too much. Complaining is not sexy.
Right.
Right. It's not. Actually, this is a pretty good skill.
What is it?
Who is it? Holle. Kuraja. How are you today, by the way?
What?
What is it?
Hey?
Eight? I like that they added this, by the way. I like this. They've added this consecutive battles screen. That was not a thing in the original game, as you probably well aware. Waste up to 5 units.
I am ready.
'Tis time. My turn, is it? If you say so.
It's time. Wait there. I'll open the gate.
I'd rather it remained shut.
Whoa.
You made your way into the castle well enough, but you overlooked the ambush. You still have much to learn, lad.
Hello.
We're surrounded.
Don't take it too hard, eh? Experience always tells.
You know you could just join my party.
You may have the noble blood, but I've been making wives into widows since long before you were born. In battle, I am your better.
Still though, you could join my party.
Come, Ramsar. It's you and me now. For what it's worth, I'm sorry it's come to this.
Now, if you're so sorry, join my team then. I'll recruit you. You have some pretty cool skills. I like you. Should become my boy toy. You know? Is that fair of me to say? Di mai bojtoj Gabgarian. That's fair of me to say, right? What a cool sword. My god.
Leave this to me.
Piraha. Asteikia.
Leave it to me.
Alright, everything's going according to plan.
Your time to shine.
Asteikia. Uh-oh. Destroyed my helmet.
And the sound again.
The next move's
The next move is gay. Asteikia. Oh damn.
Fly true.
Here we go.
I gave everything.
Oh my god.
Take this!
What? Why am I so weak? I know what I need to do.
Where to?
I need to destroy his weapon. Okay, we'll revive. Time and time again. Look, time mage is so strong.
Not just now!
What the hell was that? I'm starting to rethink the times where I start the stream actually, you know? I'm starting to rethink the timing of the stream because nobody comes for the warm-up. And, okay, I don't mean literally nobody. You know what I mean, okay? Because you're here, but I feel like it's always like one person being here for the, you know what I mean? And it's not even always the... Wait, hold on. Rend weapon. True. I used to average 20. What happened? I super used to average 20 before my first visit to the hospital. It all went downhill from there. I never.
I ain't done yet. Here I go.
I would hope that more President Sunday nerds would watch, you know?
Can't
You watch President Sunday, right? Okay, rend weapon. Oh, we destroyed his weapon. No more regeneration. You bastard. Amazing.
Ever on
Oh, you don't? Wait, who do you watch apart from me? Is there anybody that you watch apart from me? Do you have any streamers that you like? Oh, okay. Kidnap him.
Not my finest
Sometimes
hour.
I raid Kidnap, but they've never really returned the favor. I'm gonna whack this summoner on the head. Look at me.
I let my guard down.
We can win this.
Knight with a
The
blood
battle is
sword is
ours.
so good. Kid don't care much about other streamers, to be fair. He did his own thing. I do my own thing, but you know, I seem to be having limited success.
I ain't done yet.
You could destroy his armor as well. His stream is more dynamic with music and if AI, it makes a difference. Yeah? You're saying my stream is too sleepy? So I have too boring energy.
I have you.
That's what
Oh my god, uh-oh. I'm in trouble now. Well, I'm not exactly in trouble. I'm over-exaggerating.
my turn.
My turn. kill you. Oh, I've got an achievement. Look at this. Only 7.7% of players have gotten this achievement. Destroy enemy equipment using Arts of War abilities 5 times. 7.7% of players have this achievement. I cannot believe this. I thought this game was popular. What? What is white keep censoring? Hello, Zinsai. Oh, it's you? Is that you, Simon Pierre? No? Hello, Zinsai. Consider not being white. This will help me in Ukraine. Oh. I am gay.
I can still go on.
Oh my god. Now I am in trouble.
Victory awaits.
I know. Okay, that's weird. Or will render its power. There we go.
Excellent.
It's looking dire.
A bit, but it's okay. We have crystals. So it's not looking dire anymore.
I am ready.
Ah, you got punished for your greed. You see that? You know what? Whatever, I'll learn the abilities. Actually.
Come then.
4!
Come on.
Oh, not as strong as you were anymore, are you? Are you seeing this? What a weakling. What a pervert. Look at that. Would you look at that? Alright, kill him. Isn't that cool? You know who's a pervert? Who's a pervert? Wait, who's a pervert? I don't know why I'm so super curious about who's a pervert, but you know. 4. Oh my god. President Sunday? Wait, why is President Sunday a pervert? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. For a second, I was afraid that one of my people was turned into crystal. Wait, why am I a pervert?
Must I fight the man who took me under his wing?
You'd wax sentimental even now. You'll not survive long that way, lad.
Just join my party already. Jesus.
Mayhap not. But even now, I've no wish to take your life.
Sentimental and pompous. There's a funny thing. Reckon you can take me, do ya?
Yes.
I'll tell you again. In battle, I am your better. Your birth will not avail you against my experience.
Wait, why am I pervert? Because of projection? Okay, you'll have to explain that to me. I don't...
After I shed the Bale's name, I set out to make my way as but another soldier. You were the one who guided me when I found myself adrift, Gafgarian. Were it not for you, I would not be here now.
And you wish to thank me for rearing you into a fine young man, is that it? Give over, boy. I'll not hear this maudlin blather. Such is for your family. We both took up the sword and found purpose in battle, aye. But we're otherwise naught to one another.
This I understand full well. Nonetheless, I am grateful to you.
You're too interested in who is a pervert?
Through you, I have had
That is true.
experiences no amount of privilege could have afforded me. I have grown. So for what it is worth, I bear you no ill will.
I am interested. That
You
is
waste
true.
your final words on tripe. A highborn brat to the marrow you are.
True, you are a by-born
I must concentrate.
Prado Bago. But why is President Sunday a pervert then? You told me why I'm a pervert, but you haven't told me why President Sunday is one. Thank you for the $5. Unfortunately, I will remain white, but I will give you dollars. Thank you very much. This will help me greatly. Thank you. Oh.
I fear nothing.
He's almost dead.
It is time.
You might as well learn the abilities of
My
this
turn.
archer. I mean, why not, right?
Not my
I'm pretty
finest
sure in the
now.
old version you could only learn one ability, right?
What
Like
bother?
learning a billion abilities from one crystal was not a thing, right?
The battle is ours.
I ain't done yet.
I'm pretty sure. So I wanna farm the crystal.
The next move is key.
Not my finest now.
Because he's a drama pervert, so he was a different kind.
Getting interesting.
Is the game a bit loud or is it just
Come
me?
on.
I can make it quieter. Is that better? Well, in fact, it was a bug. You just had to select the last ability and you learned all of them. Oh. Interesting.
I ain't done yet.
must concentrate.
Onward.
What a bother.
Item.
Where to?
Let's get it. Brigandine. Wonder if it's good.
It is time.
I don't know. I still wish I could recruit him. Gafgarian's a very cool character. I have always hated the fact that you cannot recruit him. Was my favorite ever since I first played this game on the PlayStation. Alright, I made the game quieter.
Like that, eh?
I mean, I told you to join.
That I should fall to a mere boy.
I told you to join my party, you asshole.
Well fought, Ramza. Well fought. A fool though you are, I could never bring myself to dislike you.
You should have joined my... whatever.
Goodbye, Gafgarian.
You should have... oh, yeah.
We must reach the princess before reinforcements arrive.
You could not... did you? I think that was a different... no, that's a different mission. You're thinking of a different mission. Which is still before me. Hello. Ginger Snacks, hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping me turn to
Yes?
a small creator from a micro creator. What time is it? Okay, it's still early. Hello. How are you? How have you been? I'm heading to Ukraine on Sunday or something, or Monday. So any dollar will help me be, you know, render magic.
What?
Whoa, who is it? Who is it?
What do you need?
What you need? Float. Ah. Oh, nice. I mean, not nice. Being broke is not nice, but it's nice that you won't be broke next week. Have you considered having a conversation with Riverboat Jack? It may help. I have. Many times. We were supposed to talk, but it never materialized. I would like to have a conversation with Riverboat Jack. Name me a streamer and I told you if I'd talk to them, okay? Let's play a little game called Name Me a Streamer and I told you if I've ever
My turn,
talked
is
to
it?
them.
Ready.
To battle!
Yeah, it could be worse. At least you're with your kiddo. Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. We're gonna kill him.
I see Gafgarian's sword was no match for his words. Then again, perhaps the fault lies with his adversary. Male blood is not given to spill easily, even when thinned with that of a courtesan, it would seem. But enough is enough. You overstay your welcome. As I am loath to waste time and effort, I shall make you an offer. Leave the Aura site, and then leave Lionel. Refuse, and you will find my hospitality wanting.
Where is Lady Avelia?
You mean to free her? What then? House Beowulf would see her dead.
He's bald, so he deserves to die. That is racist.
That is why you defied your kin, thereby marking yourself an outcast, and came to me, seeking the Church's aid. By taking the princess into my care, I merely granted you your wish. What would you have of me now?
Answer me. Where is Lady Avelia?
Bound for Zeltenia. Her Highness has chosen to accept our hand in aid over yours.
You lie! I'll not be deceived.
Her Highness undertakes to claim the throne of her own volition. She spreads her wings. Even so, she will need a steady hand to guide her, and yours falters. Who better then than us to stand at her side? She saw this. Why not you? There's no reason you should not join us as well. The thought of besting your brothers holds no allure.
Why would
We
it?
care no less for this world's fate than you. Together, we can change Ivalice for the better.
I have no wish to change the world.
Thank you for the $2.
But nor can I stand by while our people suffer and die on the whim of some select few. Do you truly believe you can change it? Not even I am so naive as that.
Nescient humility from one possessed of such an artifact. That stone you hold could twist the very weave of nature, to say nothing of the world. Yet I fear my efforts are wasted on you. Though artful are the words of man, conviction they do lack. You place your faith in the unseen, upholding such a sacred truth. Ignorance begets ignorance as the blind lead the blind, and I despair to see it. I despair of mankind. Very well. I will demonstrate the stone's power. The power of God's true!
Still bald.
You take no pains to hide your wonderment.
Looks like a weird fat Halloween ghost. Just so you know. It's nice they added voice acting. I ain't played this game since I was a lad. Oh yeah. I've played it as a kid as well. Yeah, they made a nice Steam version for it now.
How I shall delight to watch you die. Each excruciation, ecstasy.
Actually, the Steam version only came out this month. I got it while in Ukraine. I'm gonna have to go out with Fido soon. Can you hear him? Maybe the game is a little bit too quiet. Okay. I thought the game was a little bit too quiet.
Tremble in fear.
Oh boy.
This is Auracite's sacred power? How can power so vile banish villainy? Surely this is naught but evil itself.
Also, the translation is better than the PlayStation version.
Of good and evil still you would fain speak. Beneath concern such empty notions fall. Although no more ought I expect of you. Upon the ocean of Lucavi power, the minds of men are naught but trickling streams.
The power of the Lucavi. What are you? What have you done with the Cardinal?
What nonsense this! I am the man himself. Or rather, he who once was Delacroix. The Oracent, the stone, such powers grant to rise above the feebleness of man.
Wait, what do you disagree with?
Creation's laws restrain and rule me not. Astride your moral order do I stand. I am a god become.
The old dialogue made
I
a
must
lot of the
concentrate.
plot nonsensical. The old translation. Wake up. What? I hate you.
I ain't dead yet.
Did he?
I fear nothing.
Did he attack himself?
Boundless potential.
Lucavi. If memory serves, the word is ancient evolution for transcendent one. But can it be possible? Can he truly have transcended mortality?
A god I am. No simpler terms there are.
Like
No
Yoda.
divinity would assume a form so foul. You are no being of immaculate light.
The Heavenly Father, maker of our world. I am not he, in that you are correct. Have you belief in being so divine? Possessed of boundless power and knowledge both? I fear to say that such do not exist. Though utter this a cardinal or not.
Oh boy.
Then you have deceived the people. And admit as much.
I freely do, without reserve or shame. Though for the church I cannot claim to speak. And in truth, to me this power revealed. Mere fantasy, the Father. Words in ink and air.
You call yourself a god, but I see only an abomination. Your power is that of demons.
That's true. Ramsay is a bigot.
Divine this power the legends would attest. Yet such distinctions matter not to me, for I no longer walk the mortal plane.
That a hero of the 50 Years' War should abandon his faith and become a monster. Feel you no shame?
No.
Nay, for faith in fiction is as faith in naught. The joyous day, the power roused within, to me was shown divinity's true form. My fervent most desire was then fulfilled by the one God to whom I bend the knee.
Trump?
This self and Zora surely sought, yet with their selfish ends to satisfy, the truth did his disciples warp and twist. A cruel and ugly truth that I embraced.
Are there more of you? Other Lucavi?
What need have you to know? Who here will die? A maggot crushed and broken underfoot.
Busiu?
Come on.
Co jest, Fajdusiu? I'm gonna kill him. Can I kill him? Busiu? Co jest, Busiu? No co? No to? Czy ty jesteś Peggy Boy? Tu jest Busiek! I will have to go out with him soon.
My God, Ben.
I don't want I...
Preposterous. On might divine I call. On might divine I call.
What the? Oh my god.
On might divine I call.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to restart. Aztekia.
This?
Where am I needed?
Oh my god.
My turn.
Rent tower. Uh-oh. Why? You bastard. Hey, rand magic. What the? Oh, come on. Do those percentages mean nothing? Feels like they mean nothing. There you go. Yeah, okay, it worked. It actually worked. He's weaker now. Here we go.
I must concentrate.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Not my finest hour.
I know it happens to the best of us. Now I will win.
I've seen better days.
But his magic is weaker now.
Lucavi. You call yourself...
Yeah, I think we've got this.
This bodes ill.
I think we've got this one in the bag.
My turn.
I ain't done yet.
Oh.
That's Vanacle. No one is made.
Oh shit. I was winning so hard.
I've seen better days.
That's Vanacle.
But how?
Not a good thing.
I should heal better. Wait, did I win?
How strange that I, undying, here should die. A death come ere I self could descend. Oh, would that these eyes could witness
Nice, thank you. Hello, Greater Rain. Look at this. I'm defeating the organized religion.
My advisors tell me you are the one who rescued Princess Avelia. I would have you tell me more.
I am Delita Hyrule, a Black Ram lieutenant in the service of His Excellency the Baron Grimms.
True.
His Excellency dispatched me to rescue the princess, and so I did, disguised as one of your own. A sheep in lion's clothing. Now I have returned.
Hyrule, you say? That is not a name I've heard before.
I had thought Baron Grimms and his Black Rams felled in battle against the Eye a fortnight past.
Indeed. That dark news spurred me to return with all the greater haste. 'Tis only by virtue of my mission that I was spared the fate of my comrades. May the Father grant them rest.
How fares the princess?
Oh yeah, by the way, DJ Seed has been... DJ Seed has been nerfed in this version. Can I make a request? Yes, of course.
She is weary yet from her long journey. She sleeps as if among the dead.
I can well imagine.
Play the new game. I will think on it because it demonetized the stream. The new game demonetized the stream completely. Well, not completely, but a lot of it. The music, apparently.
Now, is it true you brought a prisoner?
The music. Orlando was nerfed. His stats, I think, are lower and he does not start with the Excalibur anymore. At least when you... Because this game has the traditional version, which does not have the voice acting and better graphics. And in that version, Orlando is not nerfed, but if you play what I'm playing, he is nerfed. He is not overpowered anymore, I think. Yeah, but I like playing games with music.
It is. The man is privy to the conspiracy, and I would have him lay it bare to your grace.
I mean... Maybe, but he was a little bit too overpowered in the old version. He could just beat the entire game. Once you recruited him, you could just beat the entire game with him alone, which was a bit, you know, too much.
Bring the prisoner forth.
I think.
Let us hear the reason for your attempt on the princess.
It was to stain Duke Goltana's name by making it appear the work of his men. That way he'd be kept from Lazalia and claiming the regent's seat.
Who gave you the order?
No. A close advisor of Duke Goltana's seeking to curry Duke Larg's favor.
Madness. None among us would fain betray our Duke. This is clearly an attempt to undermine us by sowing mistrust. Silence this man before he can spout more absurdness.
Wow. Sus. There's this person whose shorts I keep getting recommended who's doing a single Ramza Archer playthrough. Hello, Emilius.
I would hear it nonetheless.
Who was it?
This guy.
Well,
Name the one who gave the order.
This guy.
I'd have your protection.
On my honor as a knight.
'Twas the man who stands before me. Chancellor Glavain.
What? How dare you? I do not even know you, knave!
Hello.
Who put you to it? The Queen?
Stop this mama's farce. I've naught to do with this.
To betray your liege lord is an unpardonable crime, Chancellor.
He's just gonna believe some random dude without a
It
trial?
was not I. I know naught of it.
Can we have a trial?
Ah,
I guess not. That's so silly. That is so stupid.
Forgive me if I presume overmuch, Your Grace, but now is not the time for bandied words. The Order of the Southern Sky must march on Lazalia at once, and you with it.
Some random dude just accused this guy of treason. I just believed it without any evidence. That's cool. Ah, okay. Happy birthday, Crater Rain's dad. Solution was not to nerf Orlando, was to make enemies harder. There should be difficulty levels. There are difficulty levels. There actually are difficulty levels to this game. I chose the most difficult. Also, if the enemies would be tougher for Orlando not to be Greater Rain's father has the birthday, not Greater Rain. If the enemies were stronger to make Orlando not overpowered, then your whole party would be far too weak for those enemies, because Orlando once again was overpowered. So if the enemies were made to match him, then your whole party would be useless and just die to the enemies, while Orlando would be the only person that you'd have a chance with.
Give your enemies but a moment to collect themselves, and they will pin the Chancellor's sedition on his lord. Your Grace must strike before they are given the chance. Deny the prince's claim and set the princess on the throne.
Following his sack of the royal capital of Lazalia, Duke Goltana, the Black Lion, banished Queen Luveria to Besselat for her hand in the conspiracy, and crowned Princess Ovelia queen.
Yeah.
But Duke Larg, the White Lion, insisting that Prince Orinus was the true and rightful heir, at once crowned the child prince and declared himself regent.
Wait, so there are two, there's a king and a
Moving
queen.
then to free Luveria, Duke Larg dispatched the Order of the Northern Sky to Besselat in the name of the new crowned king. Duke Goltana, in turn, set the Southern Sky to march in Ovelia's name. The curtain had risen on what history would one day record as the War of the Lions.
Oh boy.
This past evenfall, the count stood at 200,000. 400 if both sides be counted.
Let me see how many actually people have beaten. Only 44.3% have beaten this chapter, just so you know. Only 44.3% people playing this game have beaten chapter 2.
The number of casualties is not our sole concern. That was to be expected. And so too the depletion of our stores. No, it is this drought that threatens us. The markets are bare, and tax collections fall short. With prices as they are, we can lay in supplies for another half year at best.
Duke Larg must surely face like difficulties. It rained unceasingly in Galleon this season. The grain rotted in the fields before it could be harvested.
The real trouble lies in war's wake. There is no work. Whole villages have been displaced. My son Oren tells me over 100,000 have already fled to Lazalia, and more pour in by the day.
What? What the fuck? What? What?
Ha! I see no trouble in this. Let Larg struggle to feed the mewling maids and his soldiers both.
It is no laughing matter. Should the conflict spread, we may find ourselves no better off.
Listen, some skills only 7% used.
Think you Zeltenia proof against such a fate?
I assure you we are not. Has not the time come to chart a course to peace?
Your fears are well-founded, but we cannot yet end this war. Though it pains me to do so, we shall increase the rate of tax by 1/3. Naturally, a close watch must be kept on those who hope to profiteer in these trying times. As for those seeking refuge outside the castle walls, we shall tighten our patrols at the Limbri border to see that they are turned back.
My lord, I must ask that you reconsider. Duke Larg suffers, as do we. What better time to treat for peace?
Damn.
You talk in circles, Orlando. There can be no peaceful end to this.
The kingdom cannot exist without her people, Your Grace. No more than can we. In the 50 Years' War, who bore a greater burden than they, the common folk? Would you thank them now with higher taxes? Their confidence in us is sorely tested as it is. And it is not only the people. Our soldiers are made to fight on rations that would scarce feed a child at his mother's skirts. We cannot long sustain this war. Resolve is no substitute for resources.
Resolve? Have you any? These are the words of a coward.
True. Don't be a coward.
The 50 Years' War was fought to drive back an invasion of our sovereign soil. We were honor-bound to fight.
And in this war, there is no honor to bind you. Is that what you wish to say?
Yes.
The 50 Years' War was an abject failure of a corrupt crown. And the source of its corruption is Duke Larg. The man claims to act in the realm's interests, but in truth, he aspires only to power. I seek to rid us of his blighting influence.
And gain power.
Yet you would suggest there is no honor in this, that we fight for naught. You mock the Black Lion to his face.
Yes.
His Grace speaks true. Besides, why lay down the sword with victory so near?
Uh-huh. Everybody says that.
They call you the Thunder God, Count Orlando. But your gentle words would sooner stir a breeze.
Is victory so near? My ears are deaf to its approach. I am, however, keenly aware of the quagmire pulling at our feet. This war has been fought to a standstill. Your words are the epitome of hubris. This council can ill afford to heed such unfounded prating.
I will not sit here and tolerate such insults.
Yes, you will.
Enough of this. You disappoint me, Orlando. Pray you do not disappoint me further.
Or I will execute you.
I will say this but once. Any man who cares not for the course I've chosen had best remove himself now. I will brook no further doubt, Orlando.
Orlando.
Delito, if this current rushed towards war and the world with it, what hope did I have to fight it? I made for Lazalia to tell Zalbarg that someone dictated this war from the shadows, and to test my own legs against the current.
What a pervert. Alright, we have to buy some new stuff. The other side screen. Oh. Poacher's Den. Alright, Chronicle. Thunder God Seed can kill them all. That is actually true, even nerfed. That is true even when nerfed. Look at this fat prince. Fatty Prince. Fatso.
By all means. The records here paint a vivid picture of this tumultuous
This is
era.
cool. This is a cool addition, by the way, to the game. You can look at the situation from the beginning of the game to here. Like it's the layout on the map. Imprisoned by Duke Goltana, the Queen. It's not fatphobic. I'm just saying what biology, reality, and common sense dictate. Of course.
Many mysteries surround the
One of the 12 legendaries on Exos is based on of the bull.
I see.
Scorpion.
By all means. Rico, leaving, are we?
Poacher's Den. At certain settlements you will find a poacher's den.
Oh, mayhap you're not aware, but we deal not only normally, lucky for you, I'm feeling generous. It all begins to get one. You'll need somebody who knows what
Yes,
the
I've
going
already
are.
been
Of
poaching for a
course,
bit.
so anything I can help you with today? Want me to craft anything? Need something else? Oh, aye. Is there... What are you selling? Need something
I
else?
don't
What
need
do you
to.
need? This is all finished.
Okay, use the services of a poacher's den. How many people have used the poacher's den services? 35.9% of people have used the poacher's den services.
This is your. This is what I. This is all fit. This is what this is this. This is all. This is this. This is this. This is what this. This is what all fit. This is this. This is what this. This is this. This is what I'll need. This is this. Is that all?
Yeah.
My door.
Welcome. Make yourself at home. Of course. Anything else I can... That's the spirit.
Ooh.
Who you sending? How long will you permit for this? Anyone you send... Very well. Anything else I can help you? Come back soon.
Greetings. Who needs outfitting? This is your great... It won't be... May I come?
I hope I didn't mess up. Oh, you cannot accept random encounters now, by the way. Just so you know. Yeah, you can just not accept them now. And you can, alternatively, you can trigger them anytime you want. You don't have to walk around the map to trigger them.
A warm welcome to you. You're interested then? You've some news from an errand. Right then. Tell us how it went.
'Twas a resounding success. We were blessed with great fortune and perfectly poised to seize it.
The Merchant Council of Dorter sponsored a contest that saw participants race to find the remnants of a lost civilization in a remote area of Italy. All we had to go on was information gleaned from ancient texts, legends, and stories as we raced to be the first to find these undiscovered ruins. To our delight, we were declared winners of the competition.
'Tis a fine feeling.
One more thing. Our travels led us to make an incredible discovery.
Ronkan Ruins. The Ronkan dynasty dominated the world from its skyborn castle until an enigmatic plague brought about its sudden and tragic demise. Today, its empty ruins float in a cold and desolate silence.
Another ancient one. From this day forward, you're a fully fledged adventurer.
Wow. Oh yeah, you can, of course. It's called fleeing.
I'd consider that a job well done.
Yeah, you
No,
can.
Sucker. Thank you and farewell. Welcome. Rumors, eh? Well,
I've done it
that's the spirit.
a lot of times
Thanks.
at this point.
Welcome, Orc. May I be of further assist? Good choice. This is your grand. It won't be just. This is your custom. This is your. It won't be just.
I have to get rid of some chocobos.
May I be? Come back in.
Hold on.
Welcome. It's a good choice. May I don't?
Oh wait.
Greetings. Or catch your eye.
Explosion. Okay, sell
May
all the
I
potions
be?
behind.
What is it you're selling?
Besides the.
Are you happy? A pleasure to. Are you? You can't. May I look in this? May I be? After all, in particular. Are you anything? Will that be all? You're in safe hands with me. May I come?
Welcome. Come back.
Welcome. Or cat, will that be all? Who needs outfitting?
Oh, that's the no. That's the new bow. I think the blood sword is kind of better still.
May I?
Is it?
A warm welcome. Want to earn some
I might have to go with Fido now. Even though I've got 10 people.
Who's going? How many days will you allow for this work?
Jednak wychodzisz? Tak? Już się nie powinno? Oh wait. Alright. I guess I
Anyone
won't
you
have
send.
to.
Understood.
My brother will go out with Fido. Hello, Van Corno on Twitch. How are you?
Anything
We're gonna
else I
play
can
some more FF Tactics and then we're gonna do some politicking.
Thanks.
How's that? Why is my green turning off?
Welcome. Make yourself at home. Want to earn some an errand's been right then. Tell us how it went.
Is your brother's? I'm not so sure about that. I wish. Well, I'm not all that cute to begin with, so you know. Nice. We're growing. We're growing as an audience, as a community. Welcome, everyone. We have now even a Twitch viewer.
The outcome was nothing short of tremendous. What joy it brings to finally share these glad tidings with you.
Oh yes. We helped Mameko, a traveling minstrel who had triumphed in an oration contest some years ago. His unique act had long been a favorite of local audiences, but of late he had fallen into a deep creative slump. We drank together in the tavern until early hours, discussing countless ideas, when an off-the-cuff suggestion of a new hairstyle seemed to spark his imagination and he began an impromptu performance right there and then. It seemed to us that Mameko was back to his old self and we retired for some well-deserved sleep.
Truth be told,
I'd consider that a job well done.
Oh, the compensation is not that great for this one.
Anything else? That's the spirit. Will that be all? Thank you.
Dancers, eh? Is dancer a job in this game? Wait, is it?
What is it?
Is it actually? I know that dancer is a FF14 job.
Good day to you.
Can I just do it with a knight, a black mage, and a time
How many
mage?
days will you allow for this work? Anyone you say. Very well. Anything else? Thank you.
Is it still going to be successful?
Welcome. Make yourself at home. Want to earn some news? Right then.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome.
Alright,
The
super
satisfaction I
dancers.
feel is beyond words.
Wow. The traveling minstrel Mamek called recently gave his first performance in Night on 10 years, after our extended creative slump having once been a perennial fixture, blah blah blah. Over the course of several days, we rehearsed his dances. Alright, we succeeded.
'Tis a fine feeling.
I'd consider that a job well done.
Wow, okay.
Anything else I can help you? Not a lot happening. Need anything else? Thanks.
So no new jobs.
Well, not today. Need anything else? Thank you.
What is it?
What is it?
By all means.
I am needed.
I think they've made the requirements higher.
Alright then.
What do you need?
I need to learn teleportation, but it's like 3,000. One moment, I'll go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I need to go to the toilet. I don't know, I don't remember. I've played this game a long time ago. I'll be right back. Hello. QC Raid? Hello, thank you. Wow, I've been raided while I was away? Hello, raiders. Hello. Quarantine Collective Raid? Oh my gosh. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. Does that mean that it's time for politics now? Does that mean... And I've been raided while I was away as well. Hello, thank you very much. Alright, I guess it's time for me to ask the viewers, you, especially since there's an audience now, do you want to watch me play Final Fantasy Tactics? Or would you like me to do some politics? Ukraine update. Actually, I stream by a schedule now. Believe it or not. I'm taking this opportunity to eat while Fido is on a walk. Because I don't want to share. When Fido's here, I have to share. Every single time. I have to share my food with him. He'll sit here or here and whine at me, and then I'll have to share my food. And when he's on a walk, and he is on a walk now because my brother decided to take him out, I can eat and not share. So, Final Fantasy Tactics or politics? Because there's quite a few Ukraine updates. And Gaza updates. Oh! An American LGBT update. Because apparently the Supreme Court is going to consider gay marriage once again. What a cursed timeline. No, they're gonna consider... Actually, that's not correct what I said. They are going to consider, if they are going to consider the validity of gay marriage. Yes. They're going to make a decision by the 7th of next month if they should consider if gay marriage should be a thing or something like that. Because that is the state that we are in. Basic human rights are being challenged. In the meantime, Poland is considering a bill that is supposedly a civil union, but it's not actually a civil union. It's something less than a civil union. And some people said that it should be a thing that friends can do. And also, the new president of Poland has said that even if it's less than a civil union, he will still veto it because it endangers the sacred something, marriage is sacred, and he will never allow it. So, he just cannot win, I guess. You just cannot win with right-wing people. No matter what watered-down version of you choose to make. The Congress already passed the Respect for Marriage Act a while ago, which puts gay marriage into law. Isn't like the Supreme Court the court in the US that can basically overrule anything? Like the highest court in the land that can basically rule anything to be, you know? Am I not understanding this correctly? We're gonna look into it. These are the topics that I have for today. Oh yeah, also I'm preparing to go to Ukraine again. Hello Maya Mayor. I'm preparing to go to Ukraine again. So I'm gathering funds for that. So consider joining the page and supporting your favorite streamer, which is me at this point, of course. Oh. Right. Still, things are not well if this is a thing that is even being discussed, in my opinion. I think that gay marriage should at this point in the US not be even up for discussion, you know? I think it should be like, yeah, that's it. There's gay marriage and it's not up for discussion if it should be or not be. Is my opinion, but you know. But I have too much faith in humanity, I think. Let me see. Thank you for the tier 2 subscription. This will greatly help me in my travels to Ukraine. I hope they rule that everyone is married with everyone. To everyone, I think. Yes, I hope they... That would be so awesome if everybody would just be married to everybody. It would be the best thing ever. Nobody in the chat told me if they want me to continue playing this game or do some politics. Oh yeah. I was supposed to tell you the schedule. Because I stream to a schedule now. Okay. We're in the warm-up section. Okay. We are in the warm-up section. That's FF Tactics is the warm-up section of the stream. And then we have Gaza. Update on Gaza. On the ceasefire. The brilliant ceasefire that Trump has brokered and seems to be not actually doing anything much. But I guess we'll have to get into it since I guess Israel now decided that it wants to annex the West Bank. Yeah, that's right. 2. Ukraine update. And there's a lot of Ukraine updates. 3. Poland versus Tucker Carlson. That's an interesting one. Poland has a beef with Tucker Carlson. Believe it or not. In a weird twist of events. I never expected that to happen, but... And the gay marriage thing I really wanted to look into. So... I guess we'll play a little bit more Final Fantasy Tactics and then we'll get into the politics. Maybe we will start with the beef that Tucker Carlson has with Poland. Yeah. That is not. Trans issue is also not a weighing issue, I think. And yet they keep harping on it. They keep pushing trans issues as this big thing.
Welcome.
But it's not like it's not a winning thing for them either.
May I come back?
Trump has really leaned on trans issues in his campaigning.
Looking for aught in particular? You're in safe hands with me.
Oh, but I think the ancient sword is not that great.
Will that be all? Don't be a
I think that the blood sword is better. I kind of like the fact that you can just not go into those battles. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that change. Part of me thinks that, oh, it makes it too easy. But part of me thinks, you know, fair enough, you know.
Greetings. How might you're in safe hands with me?
Also, there's an achievement for recruiting a person in the Warriors Guild, and I still haven't
Welcome to
done
the
it.
Warriors Guild. Anyone meet your needs?
So we're gonna recruit Celestria. Perfect.
So, a perfect fit, I'm sure.
There you go. How many people have done this? %53.2% of players have actually done this. Also, I think I've got a lot of achievements. How many achievements do I have out of every achievement? I've got 22 out of 50 achievements now. So I got 44% achievements already in this game. No, 53.2%. Let's not be like Trump.
Is there aught else? Your patronage.
That's all. Okay, tavern.
A warm welcome to you. That's the spirit.
Merchants regret. I've seen something resembling ruins along one of the trade routes leading to the city. At first I paid it no heed, but I later speculated that it was one of the lost ancient wonders I have heard tell of.
Who's going?
So, Millicent is going. She's a knight. Ismaina is going. She's a black mage. And Claudia is a time mage.
Permit for this?
15 days.
Anyone you send on an
Think that's
errand
enough,
will be
right?
available to fight till they return.
Yeah.
Happy with... Understood. You leave the rest to me. Let's hope for a favorable outcome.
I think it's gonna be
Even
great.
if it comebacks.
Okay, we're gonna waste time for 15 days. There we go.
A warm welcome to you. You're interested.
Let's see how it went.
An errand's been completed. Well, right then. Tell us how it went.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. The satisfaction I feel is beyond words.
Wow. They say that fate reveals all things, but it seems this does not apply to Lost Wonders. The man who told us of the ruins in question, a merchant by the name of Bibbit, has faith only in money. When we told him of the site we had discovered, he ran from the tavern to see for himself. Mayhap he saw a profit to be made there, but who knows? We can only hope this whole experience will teach him that there is more to life than coin.
I never thought we'd achieve anything like this. One day I'll tell
What
my
did you
grandchildren
achieve
all about
exactly?
it.
That's not the end of the tale.
Oh.
During our journey, we spotted a hidden location. We're nothing if not observant.
That sounded so sarcastic. During our journey. Falgabard. This village is said to have been inhabited by an order of dark knights. While the fell blades of these knights lend them great power, they also cut short their lives. The order's numbers dwindled until at last none remained.
Quite the find you've come across. A lost ancient wonder, no less. I'd consider that a job well done. Will that be all? Not today. Thank you.
Right.
I am needed.
Wait, where are my job points?
By all means.
No way, he only has 45 job points.
Alright then.
No way. Wait, have I? Oh wow, I have. Look at that. After a long, grueling journey, I have mastered the art of being a black mage, and I can change the job of this character. Look at that. Would you look at that? Who shall we become now? A geomancer, a mystic, a dragoon, maybe a mystic. A mage who bends the forces of the cosmos to their will. The mystic's job command mystic arts, enable the manipulation of an enemy's mind and body to impede their ability to fight. I don't have spell singer.
I'll give it a try.
Defense booth. Ooh. Wait, what skills do I? Nothing equipped. Items. Actually, let's learn some. There you go. I think that's great. Alright. A. Wow, everything's so expensive of time mage. Especially teleport.
Good day to you. Not a lot happened. You didn't come.
Okay. It feels like nobody's gonna tell me, hey, you should do politics now. So let's say that we're gonna do about 10 more minutes of tactics. So at 54 past, it's now 44 past. At 54 past, we jump to politics because, you know. Do game politics? I mean, I do game politics by just playing this game. This game is pretty political. I think this is the most political Final Fantasy game out there.
Welcome. Want to earn some gil?
The Dawn Queen. One of our trade ships, the Dawn Queen, has sunk 50,000 DOMs into the Bay of Segista. Please raise the vessel for us. Note that the Dawn Queen was carrying something of great import of our company president. Final Fantasy Final Fantasy does not have unified politics because every single game takes part in a completely different world with completely different things, etc. So there's not one Final Fantasy politics, so to speak. Alright, Fido is sort of back. He's still in the garden. They put politics in my Final Fantasy. That is a shame, isn't it? Oh yeah, there's one more thing, if the audience is interested, that I can do with this game in particular. Because you can play this game completely in Japanese. So I can start a new game in Japanese. Completely in Japanese. And we can turn it into a language lesson. If anybody's interested in that, that's a third option. You can vote third option. So we can continue FF. We can, what do you say? Politics, or we can do a language thing, which is something that I rarely have the opportunity to do. But if there's interest, then you know. Wait, hold on, where's the... Is anybody interested?
Who'd you have in mind?
This one, and this one.
How many days for this errand?
Maximum days. Which is 12, I guess. Oh, yeah.
Anyone you sent. Understood. You leave the rest to me. Let's hope for a favorable outcome.
Like a little bit of language
Anything else I can
streaming
come back
session.
soon now.
Or with Japanese is the lesson. Lesson/discussion would be... It might be potentially really cool, or it might be potentially really, really boring. You know?
Good day to you. What'll it be?
Perhaps. What do you mean perhaps? Yes or no?
That's the spirit. An errand's over and done with. There's a report. Right then. Tell us how it went.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. The satisfaction I feel is beyond words.
That is true. I feel satisfied. The Dawn Queen, a merchant vessel owned by Galesta Trading, sunk 50,000 doms into the Bay of Segistad. It transpired that a gift for the company's owner was on board. Moved by his assistant Holeska's admiration for his superior, we hastily raised the vessel. Upon recovery of the cargo, we were surprised to hear that Holeska, hidden truth, being worried only for his job.
I never thought we'd achieve anything like this.
That is true.
One day I'll tell my grandchildren all about it.
I'd consider that.
I'm always difficult. That's my biggest charm. I'm charming because I'm difficult. Hold on. That's why people like me. People like difficult people, I think. They say that the most cool people are the most difficult. Or something.
What is it?
What is it? Quick. Magic that hastens the localized passage of time, allowing the next turn of a distant unit to come immediately. Quick! Look at that. What a good skill. Best skill. Okay, we're gonna save and I'm gonna show you something cool. What happened is I'm cool. I'm cool and great. That is what happened. I am awesome.
You can rely on me.
'Tis time. Ready for battle.
Ready.
Forward.
Where is he? Where'd the shuffler steal off to?
Hear that? He's on the roof.
He's on the roof.
It would appear I'm trapped.
Who the hell are you?
It don't do to have strangers sticking their noses in our little hideaway.
Then mayhap you might hang a signboard above the door, so we would know this place for a den of thieves.
Ha! McCall's got brass. Too bad it's steel he's wanting.
Something is amiss here.
A lot of visitors today. Small matter. Stick 'em and be done with it.
Pick him up. Oh my god. If he dies, is it gonna be game over for me? That sucks.
I've got work to do.
Steal? Hell no! Don't steal my weapon. Okay, good. Whew! Dirty thieves.
Here we go.
So,
What's your job? Oh,
Leave this to me.
a booker. Powerful booker. Okay, we're gonna do regen.
Victory awaits.
Alright, look at this. I got a blood sword. Oh. Oh. What the hell? Okay, let's go with Hastesia. There we go. Expulsion is a big change for the better for me. How do you kill a person with a book? Right, let's destroy this knave. That is such a good weapon. The blood sword. I'm so glad that I stole it from Gafgarian.
Leave it to me.
Still, he should have joined my party instead of being a stubborn goat.
My turn.
What? Why is this weapon so weak? Ridiculous. It's okay, I'm gonna whack you in the head.
Am I done for?
Yes, you are. You're done.
A persistent lot.
What's the plan?
Plan is to finish this level and then we're going to politics. That is the plan. You should be giving Mystic's pose instead of rods. I did! I'm pretty sure they're... Wait, am I wearing a pole? I might not have any. I might have to buy one. Hold on. What is my Mystic wearing right now?
Onward.
That would explain why the damage sucks so much. Sound like it hurts. Oh. Okay, what am I wearing? A rod. Yeah, I have to get a better weapon for this. I think it auto-equipped it because I just don't have any poles. Yeah, I don't have any poles in my inventory. That's the only explanation.
Not dead yet.
A potion will not help you. ridiculous that I cannot attack this unit. I hate it. Really. Oh, we're gonna whack him on the head. Oh. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh my god. Run away, yes, please. Alright, now I can heal. Whoa! How do I heal this guy? I cannot even get on the roof. Whatever. Oh. Okay, we're gonna heal him with this. Yes! There you go. Mission is saved. Whack. I feel like this is going too swimmingly for me. This is going a bit too well for me. Nice. Oh my gosh, missed. They're all missed. Yeah, it's saved.
I'll do what I can.
I'll do what I can. Well, let's kill this one. Look at that. Would you look at that?
Ready and able.
We should ask Brooks to revive the weekly gaming thing that we were supposed to do. We were supposed to be discussing games. Weekly. Bi-weekly. What? Oh my god. You scumbag. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Fido is just... I just heard Fido yelp by the door that he wants in. I'll be right back. I have to let Fido back into the house. Sorry.
A fine mess.
You saw him, right? You saw Fido, right? You saw Fido take the hot dog, right? Sorry for being muted. You've missed my whole conversation with Fido.
Right then.
Yeah. He's actually extremely gentle. Like, I've seen people say, oh no,
Where am I needed?
when I give my German Shepherd food, I don't want to lose my fingers. And I just cannot relate. Fido is really gentle when he takes food from me. Very, very nice and gentle. He only is not gentle when he plays. Then he's a savage. But when he takes food from me, he's very gentle. Which is interesting.
A persistent lot.
We're getting a lot of job points. Not so. Fido. So. He tripped on something. Not so. He wants more sausage. He wants more hot dog, but I don't have more hot dog. Chocobo shocks Fido is actually allowed to roam around the house. Fido! Bushu!
Celestial stasis.
What does this do? He is attacking something plastic, so I have to stop him. I don't like him eating plastic. Plastic bags? Oh no, he's running away. He wants to play with me. One moment. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh my god. Oh my god, Fido. He bit me on the butt. He bit my butt. It's a dog eats dog world. Maybe. He still bit my butt. Not so. Not so. Not so, Fido. Co się dzieje? I think he has some unmet need. I feel like. Fido. I'm gonna have to check in a few minutes if he has food and water. Something's going on, or he just wants to play. He tilted his head at me. Oh, my unit. Not so. Bushu. Jezu. Bushu. Bushu? Bushu, Fidushu? Bushu.
Best proceed with caution.
Bushu.
The next move is key.
Now he made me nervous with Co się dzieje, Bushu? Co? Maybe it's good that we're doing the mission instead of politics. So, oh, one moment. I have to check if he has everything that he needs. One moment. One moment. Let me check on him, okay?
A fine mess.
No, you shush. Oh.
We'll pay for that.
There.
He acts like Crypto from that new Superman movie. Fido does. I gave him more water. He has food. I think he just wants to play. Bushu. He just wants to play. Because when I go out, he just starts playing with me. He demands to be played with. But I have a responsible job to do as a super serious streamer. Okay? I'm a super serious streamer. I'm the most seriousest streamer in the political sphere. I will debate you.
Onward.
You wanna debate me? I will debate you. This might be troublesome if he starts barking during the things that I have planned. At least you can hear me talk Polish to him, if you're interested in that at all. If that's something that interests you, like, in the slightest. Is it? What the hell was that sound? What? What the hell was that? Did you hear that? So, Fido. I don't know what he wants. I genuinely don't know what he wants. I think he wants to play, but not so. Why is he being so vocal? Chodź do mnie, Fajdusiu, chodź. Chodź, Fajdusiu, no chodź. Chodź, Fajdusiu. No chodź. No chodź. Chodź do mnie, chodź. Chodź do mnie. No chodź. He doesn't want to come to me. He wants me to come to him. Co? No co? No co? No co? One moment, I have to play with him a few seconds at least. He doesn't want to come here to play with me here, but I have to come. I'll make loud noises while playing so that you will hear the narrative. We are wrestling, I guess. He's wagging his tail, he's biting me all over. He is happy. I'm wrestling him. Yeah, he wants to play. He clearly wants to play. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let's see if I can give him some food. No. Oh, I'm coming. Hold on. I have an idea. Alright. I'm back. He's eating now. I gave him I mixed in a hot dog with his food and now he's happy. Wow. See? Having a dog is not easy, okay? You have to be... And he's always sad when I leave to Ukraine, so... Actually, the only reason why I come back to Poland at all is because of Fido. Because Fido is sad when I'm not here. Fido has chosen me as his favorite human. So I come back to Poland to spend time with him. If it were not for that, then I'd just be staying in Ukraine. You know? Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? I feel like I'm being sensible with my rhetoric. I'm being responsible with my language. I have my axioms under control. And I have my modus operandi principles indirect. You know? Do you not agree?
Where to?
I have my first order principles.
No.
So who are you? We rescue people and ask questions later. That's the Ramza way.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Oran Durai. And yours?
I am Ramza. Ramza Beowulf.
Beowulf?
What of it?
'Tis naught. Forgive me. Might I inquire as to the direction of your travels?
We make for the royal capital. And you? You are welcome to accompany us, if our paths are the same.
A gracious offer, but I fear my road leads away from Lazalia.
What a great dog Fido is.
Fortune be with you, then.
god. I'm so happy that he set this home now.
And with you as well.
It brings me so much joy, I have to say. He always lies in bed with me.
God's willing, we may meet again. Try to keep yourself alive in the meantime.
Alright.
I will do the best I can.
Yeah, true. That is all that we can do. The best we can do to keep ourselves alive. Alright, tavern.
Welcome. Make yourself room.
Rumors?
Anything else? It's just need anything else. Want to earn some gil?
I do want to earn some gil. There's a hidden vein of ore in the long abandoned coal and mine. There is a lot of mining jobs in this game. Old Topa, who used to work at the mine, said as much in his last will and testament, so I know it's true. Oh. Okay, rumors. Of course, we're operating on rumors, as always. But first, let's see what weapons this hamlet has to offer. Oh, this place has poles.
Welcome. Take us. Who needs outfit?
And I mean poles as in the weapon, not Polish people. Haha, funny joke. Musk pole. That sounds awful. The musk pole? What is it? It's covered in musk? What the hell? I don't want to use a musk pole. Ugh.
This is your
I have no choice though.
Most apt.
I do it for damage.
May I? Don't be us.
I'm using the musk pole for greater damage. Yeah, you saw it yourselves! It's the musk pole!
That's the spirit. Who are you sending?
These people.
How long will you permit for this?
13 days.
Anyone you... Understood. Will that be all? Thanks.
The musk pole. Not so. He still wants something. He still wants to play, I think. No.
You're interested then? You've some
I am.
news for... Right then. Tell us how it went.
Not so. Oj, Dusiu.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. The
Not
satisfaction I feel
so.
is beyond
Not
words.
so. Not so. Not so. Busiu. 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 Jesteś taki fajdusiu? Jesteś taki busiu? Jesteś busie? Jesteś busie? No tak. No tak. No co? Busiu. Busiu? Busiu! An information broker told us of a hidden vein of ore in the long abandoned coal mine. Hello, fake, I like Carl Parker. Oh yeah, can I trouble you to make a few thumbnails? Hold on. Because I've uploaded 2 segments and so we've uploaded 2 segments. One is about the LGBT. That sounds strange. But thank you. Alright, so we have uploaded 2. Also, Fido wants to play. I'm really hesitant about starting politics because Fido is going to bark. No, już. No już. No już. I have to play with him a bit. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. Oh, 26 viewers. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we've uploaded Polish gay couple bill doomed to fail. So I'm gonna tell you the prompt for the thumbnail. Thumbnail, gay couple. Thumbnail is. Hold on. I'm thinking right now of a good thumbnail. It's gonna be because Poland has introduced a bill that's not a civil union, but it's like something less than a civil union, and besides, the Polish president is already vetoing it because he hates gay people. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna just like the thumbnail is just gonna say what it is. It's supposed to be called the closest person deal or something like that. The closest person deal. Okay, the second segment is about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth imperialism. I've done a historical rant about it. So PLC is going to be so the thumbnail is going to be political union. Perfect. I think I've created perfect thumbnails. Oh, Fido came to me. Do you like Fido? What do you think of Fido? Are you happy as much as I am that I took Fido into this household? Yes, so if you could put on those thumbnails on and publish the VODs, I would be grateful. They call it Carl Parker. Alright, we are doing it.
'Tis a fine feeling indeed.
Indeed.
And if we can do it once,
Adamantite.
why can't we do it again?
We can do it again.
I'd consider that a job well done.
Well done. No errands.
Anything else? Not a lot. Will that be all? Thanks. Good day to you. Not
Oh,
to
yeah.
need anything. Come back.
Let's learn some skills.
What is it?
What is it? Wall.
You have my attention.
Okay. Harriet.
Alright then.
Alright then. Repose. Corruption. Huh? No co? Fajdo. No co? Fajdo. Busiu, busiu. Chodź do mnie, busiu. Busiu. He's in a very playful mode. Co? Chodź. No chodź. Should I play with him some? Chat, decide if I should step away to play with Fido for a bit. You can hear him. You can hear him beg me to play with him. Should I do it? Alright. I'll be right back. I mean, he's literally 3 steps. 3 steps away from me. So I'm gonna go 3 steps to the left. And then I'm gonna play with him, like so. Oh, he's licking me. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Why did you shoot? I wanted to give him a toy, but he likes biting me more. Ow! Oh, oh, oh. Ow! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Gdy jesteś burchami? Whoa! Ow! Oh! He whacked me in the face with his paw. I'm wearing glasses as well. I know. How are you, Dad? Yeah, it's just gonna ow, ow, ow. It's just gonna be me doing weird noises and from time to time. Ouch, ow, ow, Jesus Christ. You bastard. Whoever's ow, ow, whoever's new to the stream must be very confused. Ow. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Hey. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Okay, I think that's enough. Maybe. I hope. One moment. I have to give fake Alec Hal Parker instructions. I did not think that people would be interested in listening to me play with my dog. I did not realize that's a thing that... I did not think people would be interested in me playing with my dog. It's just a bunch of weird noises, isn't it? But he seems relaxed now more. He lied down, so I think he liked it. I think he liked our little play. See, he's not even barking at me anymore. He just wanted to play a bit. He just wanted to pull me by my sweater, bite me. You know, he's a very hyperactive dog. Okay. Perfect. So what do we do? Also, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, consider subscribing to Lucy Haza. You know? I'm always looking for methods to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer. Yes. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have any questions about Lucy Haza and what Lucy Haza is all about? My first order principles? Not so. I think Fido once more.
Yes?
I was about to do politics as well. Not so.
What? I am strong.
Will you give up your microphone when you stop being a micro streamer? I will never give up my microphone. I still haven't bought the microphone that I need, and you're already asking me to give it up.
What is it?
Alright, we're releasing new segments. Oh, you're gonna love the Elon Musk segment. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna love it. Well, it's not Elon Musk. Sorry, there's no Elon Musk. I got blindsided by the Musk pole that I'm wearing. It's Tucker Carlson. It's even better. It's a Tucker Carlson segment that we're gonna do. Are you excited for it? Are you excited for Tucker Carlson?
Good choice. May I, but don't be a great.
Not so.
Welcome. You're interested then?
Oh.
Who's going? How many days for this errand? Anyone you see? Very well. Needing a comeback?
Although the chat is pretty quiet today. Are you all focused on Fido noises and the game?
A warm welcome to one who earns an errand's been complete. Right then, tell us how it went.
How did it go?
We could not have hoped for a better outcome.
Oh my gosh.
The satisfaction I feel is beyond words.
Beyond words. The Merchant Council of Dorther sponsored a second contest to discover a lost ruin in a far-flung corner of Ivalice. There were even more participants than before, and a change to the rules allowed the use of transport, which greatly increased the range of the search. We rented a chocobo and carriage not far from the starting point and succeeded in finding a magnificent ancient wonder.
Here's to us and our merry band. May all our endeavours end just as well.
We even found a site of ancient wonders on our travels. Don't tell me you're not impressed.
I'm a bit impressed. Just a bit, though. Crystal Tower. This spire, once the heart of the ancient kingdom of Baron, was fortified by the labyrinthine city as its base. The tower's crystal walls were a symbol of the royal family's wealth and power, but also of oppression.
Another ancient wonder, eh? Remarkable work.
Well, that sucks.
Congratulations. Your standing as an adventurer has improved.
It has? I don't even know what this does. I have no clue what this improves. I have no clue what this actually impacts.
Anything else I can... That's the spirit.
What is Fido doing? He's trying to dig a hole in the floor. Fido! 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 What is he doing? Why is he trying to dig a hole in the floor? I think he's stressed out. So. Not so. Not so. Not so. Co ty robisz? Co? Co? But he burped. He burped. He really wants to play. Ow, 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 ow! Fido! Jesus Christ, he bit my foot. Stop biting my foot. Okay, I have to calm him down a bit. He's too excited. I have to calm him down. I have a method. No, spokój. Fido. 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 No, come on. Fido. I have this method when he's getting too hyper on me that I use. It's kind of effective. That I take him by the collar and I gently grab his face, I guess. And he comes down, he breathes a bit and he comes down. He you know. Very interesting method. Alright, I guess we can do politics now. Or so I thought. I thought we could do politics,
Anyone you
but...
send on an errand won't be available to fight. Very well. Let's hope you turn a profit.
My goodness.
Need anything? Come back soon.
There is no... When he's like that, there is no... When he gets tired... But when he's like that, there is no...
Good day to you. What'll it be? That's the spirit. An errand's over and done with. There's a report from
Alright,
the
so... No politics, play now. Listen, I have to do politics at some point. I have to.
Right then. Tell us how it went.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. The satisfaction I feel is beyond words.
Beyond word. Let's see why this Chisovianka tastes so horrible. What do you mean, Chisovianka? Do you mean water? Does it? No, it doesn't. You mean the what? Do you mean the bottled water? The Merchant Council of Dornier sponsored a third frontier contest to locate a lost wonder. The success of the first two events had drawn even more participants than even before, and the atmosphere was lively. The search area had been extended even further, raising the difficulty once more, but this did little to prevent a third successive victory for our unit. We hope that a historic achievement will further invigorate the area of exploration.
'Tis a fine feeling indeed. And if we can do it once...
That's not the end of the tale. During our journey, we spotted a hidden location. We're nothing if not observant.
Eureka! This once prosperous capital of Kashka dynasty was destroyed in the Cataclysm, along with the vast legacy of its royal family. It is now a necrohall, populated by spirits drawn to the shades of past glory.
Another ancient wonder, eh? Remarkable work.
Is it remarkable?
I consider that a job well done.
Ooh, a lot of money. I got $250,000 gil now.
Nothing. Need anything? Come back.
Welcome. Who needs outfitting?
Ooh, I feel like we're almost ready to do politics. Isn't that cool?
Greetings.
Because I don't hear Fido anymore.
Looking for all. Don't be a stranger.
Is it time for politics?
Welcome. Want to earn some gil?
Stolen tomes. Several ancient tomes were stolen from the Garland Academy for the Magical Arts, but the thief boarded a ferry which promptly sank. The passengers all escaped safely, but their belongings still rest at the bottom of the sea. This is your chance. To what? To recover those completely useless and destroyed tomes? Alright.
Days for this errand. Anyone use? I'll see to the particular. Anything else? Come back.
You should be worthless, those tomes, by now, by the way. Just saying.
A warm welcome. Want to earn some? Need anything? Come. A warm welcome. Not a lot happened. Will that be okay?
Alright, let's see.
Welcome. Make it you're interested then. You've some new... Right then. Tell us how it went.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. The satisfaction I feel is beyond words.
Several valuable tomes were stolen from the Garland Academy of the Magical Arts. According to witnesses, the thief was a man of some 30 years who escapes from the Academy's second-floor window before boarding a nearby ferry. Unfortunately for him, the ferry sank soon after leaving port, and we were able to raise the vessel and retrieve the books. The tomes were of no great monetary value, but the staff of the Academy were delighted to have them back.
'Tis a fine feeling indeed. And if we can do it once,
We can do it again.
Job well done.
I've spent more money on this than I've gained. What a weird errand.
Will that be comebacks?
Okay, we're gonna learn some jab skills and then we're gonna do politics. I think it's time. Don't you?
You have my attention.
That's good. Equip swords. Rend MP, rend weapon. That's always good. Rend MP. So we've got all those skills learned. All the necessary knight skills. Mystic. Empowerment. Manipulate the balance of creation to absorb MP from a distant unit. Huh, that's actually pretty good. Invigoration. Manipulate the balance of creation to absorb HP from a distant unit. Belief. Disbelief. I had a person complain about Sisovianka being the most horrible mineral water they've ever tasted. That's weird. I don't share that sentiment. Okay? I think it's okay.
What do you need?
I think that person's racist. Okay? Polonophobe. Alright, we save game and we do politics now. Speaking of Polonophobia, we're gonna talk about Tucker Carlson now. Exit game. Very sad that we have to do this, but you know, all good things have come to an end or whatever, you know? That is the nature of things, that some things need to end in order for some other things to begin. Does that make sense? That person is also Polish. That person is a self-hating Polish person. That's the only explanation. There is no other logical explanation. All other explanations are not logical. I would know. I'm a logical actor. Or actress. Or whatever gender term we want to use. Sikorski takes aim at Tucker Carlson after comment on Poland's role in Ukraine war. Oh boy. We're doing it. Look at those angry faces, which you cannot see because I have not put the browser on screen. One moment. Just one moment. Don't be angry. Oh. Opera. There you go. We're doing it. All right. All right. We're doing it. Sikorski takes aim at Tucker Carlson after comments on Poland's role in Ukraine war. It all started when Tucker Carlson had one of his famous weird speeches and he received a question from a Polish person. And Tucker Carlson did a whole rant at the Polish person. Let's hear the video first. The video is actually included here. Oh my gosh, it went to X because of course. Why can't I just whatever? Whatever.
And I think
Okay, so a Polish person asks a question or makes a statement, and listen to Tucker Carlson's reaction / response. Where's my mouse?
And I think we really, as NATO, and the values that the NATO should uphold in principles should be respected. And I just want to say,
I've got a better idea.
Why
Why doesn't Poland go to war with Russia? If you're upset about it, why don't you go defend Ukraine? Sorry to be a jerk, but why am I paying for this? This is hurting the United States. I mean, look, I've tried to be reasonable.
Okay, first of all, why is there's so much bad there are so many bad things in this statement. First of all, Poland has been helping Ukraine. Poland has been paying for Starlink for Ukraine. Poland has accepted refugees, and Poland has been giving weapons to Ukraine. Poland has given more tanks to Ukraine than any other ally. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. More than United States, certainly. Second of all, who's talking about going to war? Nobody's expecting the United States to go to war with Russia. Nobody's making that demand. The only thing that people are asking of the United States is to keep to its commitments via the Budapest Memorandum, you know? The one that where Ukraine was basically forced via blackmail and coercion to get rid of its nuclear arsenal in exchange for border security. Like, the only thing that is expected of the United States is to respect that commitment to its allies. That is all. Nothing more, nothing less. Nobody's asking the United States to send troops to Ukraine, to fight for Ukraine. And also, helping Ukraine is not hurting the United States. That is the most nonsensical statement that I have ever heard. I would like a substantiation to the claim that somehow aid to Ukraine has been hurting the United States. I would like data, I would like evidence, I would like any sort of substantiation for this claim that it is hurting the United States in any way whatsoever, aiding Ukraine.
I understand your concerns. I don't think they're frivolous, and I definitely understand your history, and I think it's all real. And I love the Poles. On the other hand,
it's all real.
And this is a regional concern.
It's not a regional concern. It is very much more than just a regional concern. Because if Russia wins against Ukraine, it bolsters its economical, geopolitical, and not to mention demographic. It bolsters Russia as a global power. Should it, if worst case scenario, if it got the entirety of Ukraine, which is not likely, but let's say that it would. Do you really think that it would just be a regional issue? Do you really think that there would be no bolstering of Russia as a global power, and that it would have no further repercussions on how it acts on the world stage? Is Tucker Carlson really thinking that it's just a completely regional issue that is only about the Baltics, Poland, and Ukraine? But then again, this is a really pathetic pro-Russian, basically demagogue, propagandist. So why am I even saying all that? He's not an honest actor. He went to Russia and praised and sang all praises on it, and interviewed Putin in a really bizarre and strange way. He's not an honest reporter. He's not even, I wouldn't even call him a reporter at all.
Why am I involved in this?
Also, you're not involved in this as an individual. It's a ridiculous thing to say. You're not involved in this as an individual.
Why do my children live under the looming threat of nuclear war?
Yeah, your children are not living under a looming threat of nuclear war. Just empty rattling, empty claims, empty threats. It's ridiculous.
to protect the sovereignty of Ukraine or
Also, why are he saying this in quotation marks? Sovereignty of Ukraine. Just notice this. This is the level of this is already telling me a lot. How he speaks of Ukraine, how he speaks of this war, how he speaks of the severity of this war, of the consequence of this war, how he speaks of sovereignty of Ukraine with quotation marks.
sovereignty of
There you go, quotation marks.
Ukraine or save Poland? Like, I like Poland, I like Ukraine, but like, I'm an American. Not one more dollar. No.
It is so stupid. I'm an American, and we all know that Americans need not concern themselves with international relations. We all know that the United States of America does not need concern itself with international commitments. Okay, Tucker Carlson. That's really the... I mean, it's the United States that is losing all credibility on the world stage.
Oh, fight the war yourself if it's so important.
Fight the war yourselves. Also, again, nobody's asking the United States to fight the war. Nobody's asking American troops to go to Ukraine and fight in the war. It's like, what is this argument? Nobody's asking for that. Yeah. Nobody has ever asked for that.
I totally get it.
I don't get it. It's stupid. I've explained why. I think I sufficiently explained why.
Yeah. I'm not an American, so you know about
I'm not attacking you at all. I mean, I go to your
You kind of are. You kind of are attacking this dude, yeah.
cavalry charges or whatever, but...
Yeah. Proudly will.
You've done it before!
Proudly Catholic, yeah. Nevertheless, I just think that when we are in an alliance and we agree on certain things, we should stick together in tough times.
Interestingly enough, this person has been cut off when he started saying things about, you know, keeping to your commitments, sticking with your allies, all those things that should be obvious. It really is sad and pathetic that Russia has more reliable allies than Ukraine, if you think about it. The European Union and the United States are worse allies to Ukraine than North Korea, Iran, and China are to Russia. Maybe it's a hot take, but they've been supplying Russia with weapons. North Korea has been supplying Russia with manpower in addition, and the West has dropped the ball. And the United States will not be providing aid. It's not providing aid anymore. It sells weapons now to Ukraine. It's a really sad state of affairs. And this has led to a clash. What we have witnessed now, what we have analyzed now, we have done a little bit of a reaction to this little clip. And this has led to a clash between the foreign minister of Poland, Radosław Sikorski, and Tucker Carlson, the pundit. Polish foreign minister Radosław Sikorski has lashed out at US commentator Tucker Carlson for suggesting that NATO and the US, not Russia, are to blame for the war in Ukraine. Posting on X on Thursday, Sikorski wrote, "Let me remind you that this is the favorite American commentator of our nationalists. The same one who was given an exclusive interview by President Andrzej Duda during his trip to the US. Servility is not always rewarded." So he did a little bit of a jab at the Polish far right by saying that they kissed up to Tucker Carlson, but it has not really earned them any points. That is basically what he is saying here, that the Polish nationalists, that the Polish far right has been kissing up to this guy, but it has not really been rewarding. Sikorski's post was a direct response to comments Carlson made on Tuesday during a Q&A session at a Turning Point USA, the country's largest youth conservative movement, previously fronted by the now deceased Charlie Kirk conference. When a Polish attendee asked whether he considered Russia the aggressor in the war, which has been ongoing since 2014, Carlson rejected that idea, instead blaming NATO and the US President Joe Biden's administration for escalating the conflict. I believe Ukraine is the victim here. NATO is the aggressor. NATO did this under Joe Biden's leadership, and it's crazy, Carlson said. Why doesn't Poland go to war with Russia? If you're so concerned, why don't you defend Ukraine yourselves? Why am I paying for it? So yeah, Russia is not the aggressor. Am I really surprised that the person that makes regular trips to Russia is very friendly to Vladimir Putin? Am I really surprised that this guy is saying that Russia is not the aggressor? Am I really surprised that he says that NATO is the aggressor somehow? I have no clue how this is supposed to work. I have no clue on what planet is NATO the aggressor in this situation. Carlson added that he did not believe that the US should be involved in the conflict. And, you know, we've heard this, the regional issue crap, how his children are living under the threat of nuclear war, which is not substantiated by anything. This is ridiculous. This is just giving, by the way, this sort of rhetoric. Why are we getting involved? Why are we sticking to our commitments? Why should we stick to our commitments? It risks nuclear war. This is giving Russia all the advantage that it needs in the escalation race, in the escalation ladder. There is in nuclear deterrence, there is a thing called the deterrence ladder, right? And there is a balance between powers that they need to keep. And if one side has an advantage in this deterrence ladder, it's really bad. And the West has been giving that advantage to Russia every step of the way by trying to prevent nuclear fallout. That's basically what it is. This sort of cowardly, we cannot do anything because if we do anything, Russia might get mad and start and end the world, basically, which is a ridiculous thing. A ridiculous thing to say. It is a ridiculous thing to just let a dictatorial power do whatever it wants because we cannot risk this unhinged country starting a nuclear war. That is basically the logic behind what Tucker Carlson is saying here. Or rather, justification of him being blatantly pro-Russia, to be quite honest with you. Carlson has previously framed the war as a proxy conflict fueled by NATO expansion. In 2022, 7 months after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, he said that the purpose of the war was a total regime change war in Russia. Yeah, that's not the purpose of the war. In fact, the war was started by Russia itself, so... Commentator also drew criticism in 2024 when he interviewed Russian President Vladimir Putin, his first with a Western journalist since the invasion, in which the leader denied expansionist aims, which is pretty funny considering that Russia insists on keeping all the territory that it is occupying in Ukraine. 20% of Ukrainian territory. Russia insists on keeping it. So yeah, there you go. A little bit of a spat, a little bit of a tension between Polish foreign minister and Tucker Carlson over what has happened during a Q&A between a Polish person and him. Any questions? This was a short and sweet segment, I feel. I feel like we've done good with this. Do we have any questions for me about this? It feels I have to feel like I should energize the chat a little bit. Activize the chat a little bit. So, Any questions for Lucy Haza? Why the Tucker face again? No questions. Pretty self-explanatory. How did you? Oh, I've got viewers now, so I might as well ask. What did you think of the segment? Was it interesting? How did I do? Give me some feedbacks. Give me some needed feedbacks. I'm a person that likes to ask feedbacks of the audience. So let me see if Cal Parker has done his job. No? What the hell? Cal Parker. Oh my gosh. All right. All's well that ends well, I think. I think this emote is so funny. Is it? All right. We're doing it. We've done our first political segment for the day. How do we feel about that? Also, remember to like the stream. There's like 26 people here, but we only have 8 likes. You have more likes than 8. Should have at least 20 something likes. All right. Let me see. Let me look to the schedule because we have a few things. All right. So we've done Poland versus Tucker Carlson. Supreme Court to consider gay marriage. I want to do this one next. I want to do some American politics. Let me see. Look at that. Oh, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about that as well. And that. Oh, we're definitely going to be talking about that. Because things have not been well with the ceasefire, with Gaza and all that stuff. Breaking. U.S. Supreme Court to consider whether to revisit marriage equality. This is the thing that I've been talking about earlier. We're going to read it and we're going to see what that means. Isn't that exciting? But before we do, I'm going to go to the toilet because I need to pee. Okay? Is that okay? Is it okay for me to pee? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to go and pee? No? I'm going to pee whether you like it or not. So awful. Be right back. So come now, I'm back. Highest viewership ever on this channel and goes to P. Listen, I've had bigger viewership, believe it or not. I had more than 25 people, okay? This is not the high. I've had 60 people. That was the, or more. That was the highest viewership I've had ever. 30 people is not the highest viewership I've had ever. You have not been following this channel long, okay? I've had bigger viewerships. I don't know. There were times when I had 60 viewers, believe it or not. I think a year ago or something. It was sometime last year. All right. We're gonna talk about the whole U.S. Supreme Court thing. We're gonna be talking about the U.S. Supreme Court. Oh, raid. I was raided by somebody. I used to have 20. I used to have 20 viewers pretty consistently. But then I had a breakdown and I ended up going to a hospital and my viewership plummeted. Because I've spent like, I think, close to a month in a hospital. And it was not good. I don't think I've ever recovered from that. What? What? All right, let's talk about this thing. YouTube algorithm hates it when you take breaks. It's not my fault. All right. The U.S. Supreme Court is set to consider whether to hear a challenge that could reopen the question of who can get married. Because there's been some challenge. The challenge to marriage equality is being brought by Kim Davis, the former Kentucky county clerk who in 2015 defied a federal court order to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples because, I don't know, I think he claims that it breaks his First Amendment. I don't even know what the logic is here. I have no clue what the freedom of religion. I think it's something about the freedom of religion. My religion does not allow me to give marriage to these people, and so I refuse. Some stupid crap like that. That means that once again, the separation of church and state is just a joke. It's just a suggestion. It's not a real thing. As Scottish blog reports, the justices will privately discuss Davis's petition on November 7th. There you go. That's it's happening. They're gonna be discussing it. They're gonna be thinking on it. They're gonna be having a meeting on it, which it should not be happening at this point. It should not be up to discussion. It should be case closed. It should be gay marriage is a thing. It's not going anywhere. It's not up to discussion. Some freaks' private feelings does not dictate whether or not people should get married. That should be the end of it. But apparently it isn't. Davis, who was briefly jailed a decade ago after citing God's authority in refusing to issue licenses to a gay couple, is now asking the High Court not only to reverse her loss in the lower courts, but to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges, the 2015 decision that established a constitutional right to marry for same-sex couples nationwide. Because, yeah, of course, it all ends up being about religious fanaticism, God's authority. God hates the gays, I guess. Just God hates love. Because we all know that the all-loving God hates love. It always ends up being something stupid like that. Oh, my religious feelings that do not allow you to be happy. Actually, my religious feelings say that you have to be miserable. A Gallup poll from May 2024 found that 69% of US adults support legal same-sex marriage, close to the record high of 71%. 64% said same-sex relations are morally acceptable. Support remains strongest among Democrats at 83% and independents at 74%, while only 46% of Republicans back marriage equality, reflecting the enduring partisan divide. Because, of course, it's all about God's authority, isn't it? It's all about that. Earlier this year, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit rejected Davis's claim that her refusal was protected by religious freedom. Yeah, because it wasn't. Your religious freedom does not allow you to be a bigot when it comes to as a government official. Like, I sure hope that there's still a thing called the division of state and church. Ruling that she acted as a government official, not a private citizen. A jury had previously awarded $50,000 each to the couple, David Moore and David Ermold, who were denied a license. It's not even a church marriage. It's not even a church marriage. It's just a marriage license. According to Scottus's blog, if the justice decide to take up the case, that decision could be announced as soon as November 10th. So I guess we're going to need to keep our eyes peeled, because this could be big. This could be very big, and this could be catastrophic, actually. But if they agree to hear it, the case would mark the court's most direct confrontation with Obergefell in years, and a potentially seismic moment for LGBTQ plus rights in the post-Roe judicial era. So you can probably see why I was interested in covering this. You can probably see why I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it, and just we'll see. We'll see what happens. Things are backsliding. It is not a super big surprise that things are backsliding under Trump. I think it's not a huge surprise to anybody that the LGBT rights as a whole are being under siege during this specific cabinet, during this specific presidency. Right? Does that surprise anybody? I don't think so. Whew. All right. So we've done this. We've done that. Excellent. Excellent. We're doing things to schedule. As I'd like to remind you, we are streaming to schedule. We're doing a great job. I've started on time. I've been just knocking it out of the park. Now I have to include the timeline for releasing Ukrainian-related material. And I also have to include a timeline for, what do you call it? History content. I'm thinking of starting with discussing what Empire is. And I'm thinking of Sunday for that. So keep your eyes peeled. All right? All right. Perfect. Let us move on. Also, okay, let's go to the next topic. We've done 2. We've done 2 out of 4, which is a pretty good. I would say we're doing pretty well. 2 out of 4 topics have been slammed What a slam dunk. All right. Now we can do Ukraine updates, or we can do Gaza updates. Write in the chat which one you prefer. Gaza or Ukraine? Not surprising, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Gaza. Oof. Lithuania's flag dispute overshadows Poland's Legia victory over Ukraine's Shakhtar. That is... Okay, this is interesting. There's a lot of interesting updates going on. So I'm going to have to approach it with care. Yeah, but in the meantime, let's go to Gaza. Yeah, let's go to the Gaza updates. Got a few. First and foremost, the fact that Trump was so proud of his ceasefire, but immediately Israel decided to just, bomb Gaza again to continue the violence. Who gives a crap, right? Who gives a crap about any ceasefire? And now Israel takes steps to shut down international aid groups in Gaza and the West Bank. So I have a question. There's a ceasefire. The fighting has stopped. Trump has supposedly solved this conflict. He should get an award. Everybody congratulated him. So why is Israel taking steps to shut down international aid groups exactly? What purpose does it serve if there's a ceasefire and all the hostilities have ended? Isn't that the time to actually let those aid groups in more than ever? Isn't that time for healing, rebuilding, and making better relations? Or something super naive that I'm thinking of during when you're working towards peace? Isn't that what is supposed to happen? What is even the point of a ceasefire if not for Trump to have an ego boost and a lot of congratulations going his way? If the violence doesn't stop, if the bombing continues, if the humanitarian aid is still being blocked, and if Israel is openly planning to annex the West Bank. Our little orange guy will not move a finger, says Conrad. Yeah, I believe you. I think so as well. Israel, having banned the United Nations Aid Agency for Palestinian refugees from sending aid and stuff to Gaza, is now taking unprecedented steps to deregister major non-governmental aid groups for ideological reasons, according to several officials of humanitarian organizations. Well, I thought the conflict was over. What's with this? They say the new rules threaten the ability of some of the biggest international non-governmental organizations known as NGOs to send in aid or staff to both Gaza and the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Actually, non-governmental organizations are a really big thing in Poland. I have participated in quite a few of them, and my father was a director, I guess, of a really big one that had a couple of thousand members. NGOs are in limbo. Most who have submitted have either been not accepted or rejected. An official with an aid organization that is aware of the situation said of the application process required for non-governmental aid organizations operating in Gaza at the West Bank. The official spoke of the condition that NPR not to name their employer and not give their name because they're not authorized to speak publicly. There you go. The ceasefire. The ceasefire agreement in the Gaza war brokered this month by President Trump committed Israel to a surge in aid into Gaza. Well, committed Israel to surge in aid into Gaza. And the real, I guess that translates to taking steps to shut down international aid groups. That is the surge in aid. Well done, Donald Trump. You have brokered such amazing peace. You have brokered such amazing ceasefire. Gaza, where food security experts declared famine in parts of the territory, but Israel continues to severely restrict crossings open for aid shipments and who can send aid through them. Of 7 Israeli border crossings with Gaza, only 2 are currently open. Of those that are open, the UN and non-governmental aid groups say many requests to enter Gaza are routinely rejected without explanation. Because again, this is a worthless, useless ceasefire that accomplishes nothing, does not end the violence, does not end the Israeli ambition. I don't know what it accomplished apart from making Trump feel good about himself and him receiving a lot of congratulations from world leaders. The Israeli military has claimed, without providing evidence, that its aid restrictions are needed for security. What security? I thought the conflict was over. On Wednesdays, the International Court of Justice said that Israel is obliged to allow aid provided by UN agencies and other organizations into the Gaza Strip. The court also said Israel cannot invoke its security concerns to justify suspending humanitarian aid there. As an occupying power, Israel is obliged to ensure the basic needs of the local population, including the supplies essential for their survival, the court said in its advisory opinion. It said this includes food, water, fuel, and medical supplies. So there you go. This is what happens. Israel's foreign minister rejected the court's decision because, of course, it would. Of course, it would reject it, alleging it was a political attempt to harm Israel under the guise of international law. That is such a scummy thing to say. That is such a scummy thing to do. Yeah, everybody's just out to get Israel. Everybody. The whole world. Israel this fall began requiring that all international aid groups re-register under new criteria, including approval by a committee which includes representatives from Israel's Ministry for Diaspora Affairs and combating anti-Semitism. Because we all know that providing aid to people in Gaza constitutes anti-Semitism, of course. If you give starving children food, that's anti-Semitism. If you provide medicine, if you provide fuel, that's anti-Semitism. That's undisputed. It's an undisputed fact. It's just common sense. Reasons for delisting aid groups include supporting terrorist groups and activities in accordance with Israel law and inciting racism. According to COGAT, the Israeli military's arm that is part of NGO approval process. Aid organizations say the reasoning appears to be used to refer to a wide variety of comments the Israeli government classifies as anti-Semitic. So, for example, I wonder if criticizing the government, the Israeli government, is classified as anti-Semitism. Israel has in the past accused some aid groups and medical providers of being terrorist organizations. Israel had also demanded that organizations provide personal details for all local and international staff, a measure rejected by most major aid groups as potentially putting staff in danger. I think it's reasonable. The Norwegian Refugee Council, registered in Gaza since 2009, is one of the major aid groups unable to send its in supplies or staff while its application is being considered. We quickly realized that the intent behind the process wasn't to facilitate the re-registration of humanitarian INGOs, but rather to find a way to deregister us and to remove our ability to operate, says Ivan Karakashian, communications manager for the NRC in Jerusalem. Because that is correct. That is the aim, to remove as many organizations from providing help as possible. He says there were no clear guidelines as to what delegitimizing Israel included. Any re-registered organizations would have to cease operations in both Gaza and the Israeli-occupied West Bank within 60 days, according to aid officials familiar with the criteria. The Israeli military arm responsible for borders and coordination with ING operations did not respond to NPR's request for comment on reasons for deregistering or delaying registration of some organizations. Many of those aid groups waiting to be re-registered have had hundreds of trucks waiting for months in Egypt and Jordan, intended for Gaza. Humanitarian officials said at least one major US-based NGO has already been deregistered and is now in appeal process. The organization in question declined to discuss the issue with NPR. Another US-based aid group, Mercy Corps, said following the ceasefire agreement it had submitted a request to send in aid, but it was denied by Israeli authorities because the organization was in the process of re-registering. There you go. The motivation behind all of this becomes abundantly clear. Humanitarian officials said Israel has approved a dozen NGOs that do not coordinate within traditional UN-led structures and are either ideologically driven or have little experience in humanitarian aid or both. They include one US aid group that partnered with the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a militarized aid response in which almost all other aid groups refused to participate. COGAT did not respond to a request for comment on the new aid organizations given registration. At the same time, Israel continues to ban the UN agency for providing aid to Palestinian refugees known as UNRWA from sending in aid or staff to Gaza. Israel accused UNRWA without evidence of employing hundreds of Hamas members, including some involved in the October 7th attack in Israel. It has sought since the start of the Gaza war to replace the UN aid system that has provided humanitarian assistance there for decades. UNRWA, with 12,000 local staff, was the biggest humanitarian organization in Gaza, running shelters, mobile medical clinics, water and sanitation projects, and schools. The warehouses in Jordan and Egypt are full of food that can feed the entire population of Gaza for 3 months, and we need to bring that in, says Tamara Al-Rifai, UNRWA's Director of External Relations. The supplies also include medicine, tents, blankets, and hygiene products. Israeli airstrikes have damaged or destroyed more than 90% of homes in Gaza and most of the civilian infrastructure, according to UN figures. The United States, which had been the biggest donor of UNRWA, stopped its funding last year, which Al-Rifai says led to a loss of about 1/4 of UNRWA's total income. Al-Rifai says while European and other countries have increased their contributions, it does not fill the funding gap. The European Union's top humanitarian aid officials said after the Israeli accusations against UNRWA, he saw no evidence from Israel backing them because Israel does not concern itself with things like evidence. It is not in the business of providing evidence for its claims. That is the reality of the situation. If you expect ever for Israel to provide evidence for any of its claims, then you might be in for disappointment. That is all I have to say about that. Arifai says UNRWA was trying to start discussions with the US through other countries about renewing the funding. We have not had direct talks, but we have passed on messages through other governments who are close to Gaza and close to the US. So, on the one hand, Israel is blocking all aid coming to, a lot of aid coming into Gaza. But on the other hand, it seems like Israel parliament is voting on the annexation of the West Bank. What is happening here? It seems like Trump has not solved anything in reality. There's been so much talk of Trump doing such a good job in facilitating peace in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel, but it seems like it's all just smoke and mirrors. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance criticized Thursday's Israel's parliament vote on West Bank annexation, saying it amounted to an insult. Vance's scorching remark came as his visit wrapped up Thursday, and after U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he would now be traveling to Israel. Vance's words and the intense diplomacy indicate that U.S. President Donald Trump's administration was intent on keeping up the momentum on the U.S. brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Speaking on the tarmac of Tel Aviv's International Airport before departing Israel, Vance said that if the Knesset vote was a political stunt, then it is a very stupid political stunt. I feel like things are not exactly going to Trump's plan. I personally take some insult to it, Vance said. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. Well, Israel does not care about many things. Israel is also not in the business of caring about much. Technically speaking, the United States has a lot of leverage over Israel. But then again, it is very well possible that Israel is also observing how Trump is doing with Ukraine and coming to the conclusion that Trump is pretty toothless and his word means nothing and that he's not going to do much. Even if Israel does whatever it wants, that what is Trump going to do? What exactly is Trump going to do? I feel like Russia is setting up a precedent that you can basically do whatever you want and Trump's just going to flail helplessly. Earlier this week, Vance announced the opening of a civilian military coordination center in southern Israel, where some 200 U.S. troops are working alongside the Israeli military and delegations from other countries playing in the stabilization and reconstruction of Gaza. Well, so far, Israel is blocking aid groups from coming in. Rubio told journalists at Joint Base Andrews late Wednesday that he plans to visit the center and appoint a Foreign Service official to work alongside the top U.S. military commander in the Middle East, Vice Admiral Brent Cooper. The U.S. is seeking support from other allies, especially Gulf Arab nations, to create an international stabilization force to be deployed to Gaza and train a Palestinian force. That is interesting. We'd like to see Palestinian police forces in Gaza that are not Hamas and that are going to do a good job, but those still have to be trained and equipped, he said. I don't think Israel was going to like that. I think that Israel is not going to like that. Hello, Zoshelix. Rubio also criticized efforts by far-right politicians in the Israeli parliament, who on Wednesday took the symbolic step of giving parliamentary approval to a bill that would give Israel authority to annex the occupied West Bank, a move the US opposes. Yeah, so much for solving this conflict, ain't it? Voted, the Israeli parliament voting on just annexing the West Bank. Top Trump achievement. Well done. Trump has made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now. Right now. Right now. Oh my God, I cannot believe. I just cannot believe what I'm hearing here. I feel like I have to say this again. Because, wow. Trump has made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now. And we think it's potentially threatening to the peace deal. You know, once we get our peace deal done, you can do whatever you want. Maybe at a later date we'll allow it. This is so ridiculous. Right now? Brilliant. Brilliant. The bill passed in a 25 to 24 votes. It is unclear whether the bill has support to win a majority in the 120-seat parliament, and Netanyahu has tools to delay or defeat it. Meanwhile, Vance visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the sprawling 12th century basilica where Christians believe Jesus was crucified, died, and rose again in Jerusalem's old city. Because let's not forget that this whole thing is also about the rapture. This whole lunacy is also about the end times for many Christians. He is then expected to meet Israel's defense minister, Israeli military leaders, and the other officials at the army's headquarters in Tel Aviv. On Wednesday, Vance sought to ease concerns that the Trump administration was dictating terms to its closest ally in the Middle East. I feel like the US should be dictating more when it comes to terms, so that Israel does not just decide to block aid or to vote on the annexation of the West Bank. Maybe that's a thought. That's, you know. I'm gonna watch this thing soon, Maya Mayor. Thank you. I've checked the link. It's pretty funny. We do not want in Israel a vassal state. And that's not what Israel is. We want a partnership. We want an ally. Vance said, speaking beside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think Netanyahu's Israel should be anybody's ally, but that's just my personal opinion. Then again, I don't think Trump's US is anybody's ally. So we just live in a really accursed timeline. We live in horrible times. In response to a reporter's question about whether Israel was becoming a protectorate of the US, Netanyahu, who will meet with Rubio as well, expressed similar sentiments while acknowledging differences of opinion as they push towards the US proposed ceasefire agreement. Oh, you forced us to a ceasefire? Are we becoming a vassal state? Are we not allowed to just genocide Gaza anymore? Israeli media referred to the non-stop parade of American officials visiting to ensure Israel holds up its side of the fragile ceasefire as Bibi-sitting. The term, utilizing Netanyahu's nickname of Bibi, refers to an old campaign ad when Netanyahu positioned himself as the Bibi-sitter, whom voters could trust with their kids. Wow. That is weird. That is very weird. In the first medical evacuation since the ceasefire began on October 10th, The head of the World Health Organization said Thursday they had evacuated 41 critical patients and 145 companions out of the Gaza Strip. In a statement posted to X, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus called on nations to show solidarity and help some 15,000 patients who are still waiting for approval to receive medical care outside Gaza. His calls were echoed by an official with the UN Population Fund, who on Wednesday described the sheer devastation that he witnessed on his most recent travel to Gaza, saying that there is no such thing as a normal birth in Gaza now. Andrew Saberton, an executive director of UNFPA, told reporters how difficult the agency's work has become due to the lack of functioning or even standing healthcare facilities because it was all bombed. It was all bombed to non-existence, of course. I was not fully prepared for what I saw. One cannot be. The sheer extent of the devastation looked like the set of a dystopian film. Unfortunately, it is not fiction, he said. Saberton added that Palestinian women cannot get access to a hospital because there is no hospital to be accessed, so of course. They often don't even have access to a private space in a tent. We have stories of women giving birth actually in the rubble beside the road. Court hearing on journalists' access. Oh yeah, of course. If aid workers do not have access to Gaza, then it goes without saying that the same happens to journalists. Separately on Thursday, Israel's Supreme Court held a hearing into whether to open the Gaza Strip to international media and gave the state 30 days to present a new position in light of the new situation under the ceasefire. Yeah, aid should be let in and journalists should be let in, but it seems like Israel is not super keen to do any of that, which makes, I'm sorry to say, the ceasefire effectively worthless. Israel has blocked reporters from entering Gaza since the war erupted on October 7, 2023. The Foreign Press Association, which represents dozens of international news organizations, including the Associated Press, had asked the court to order the government to open the border. In a statement after Thursday's decision, the FPA expressed its disappointment and called the Israeli government's position to deny journalists access unacceptable. The court rejected a request from the FPA early in the war due to objections by the government on security grounds. The group filed a second request for access in September 2024. The government has repeatedly delayed the case. Palestinian journalists have covered the 2-year war for international media, but like all Palestinians, they have been subject to tough restrictions on movement and shortages of food, repeatedly displaced and operated under great danger. Some 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed by Israeli fire, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists. It is time for Israel to lift the closure and let us do our work alongside our Palestinian colleagues, said Tanya Kramer, chairperson of the FPA. So there you go. Things are not well. The ceasefire is, dare I say, a joke, in my opinion, so far. And I don't know what else to say. We just keep hearing stories of Israel bombing Gaza, of Israel blocking aid to Gaza, of Israel still not letting journalists into Gaza, of Israel having plans to annex the West Bank. Trump's achievement is less of an achievement than it seems at first glance, isn't it? Very, very disturbing. Very disturbing indeed. All right. Any questions? We've done the update on Gaza, I think. Part of the deal. Oh, yeah. Part of the deal indeed. The art of being dealt like a buffoon. The art of being dealt with. Trump. His politics. Pathetic. I take it there are no questions. As we are entering our 4th hour of stream. That's right, we've been streaming for 4 hours. Isn't that cool? I think I might be debating Dugin. I think I might be debating Dugin philosophy. Somebody challenged me to a debate. Isn't that exciting? I'd be debating Alexander Dugin's philosophy. You're not excited? You don't like Alexander Dugin? You do not like Alexander Dugin? What's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? What is their content like? Whose content? I don't think they have content. Like some chatter said that they want to talk to me about Alexander Dugin. Want to talk to me about Alexander Dugin's philosophy because they said that I just don't get it. I just don't get the brilliance of Alexander Dugin. And I will admit, I do not. I will admit that I do not grasp the brilliance and greatness of Alexander Dugin. You know. I guess that's on me, isn't it? That is my weakness. Hello, Maho. How have you been? It's been a while. You always miss the gaming parts. Once again, you've missed me play Final Fantasy Tactics, and you seem to be into tactical games, so that's a shame. That is a shame. Okay, since... Actually... Okay, we have a choice now a little bit. Because we're entering our 4th hour, I'd like to stream a little bit longer tonight. Because I finished earlier yesterday, and we have a few viewers still. So, I'm gonna go grab a drink, and you write in the chat. Do you want me to take a short break and play some Final Fantasy Tactics again? Or any other game? You can write the game title in the chat. If I have it, I can play it. Or do we continue with politics? I feel like I want to take a little bit of a break. Because I've been talking extensively. Just not games? What do you mean just not? Okay, you have to speak in full sentences. Link it. Link the debate. We can do that. Link the debate and I'll play a game while watching the debate. Sure. That is actually a pretty swell idea. We'll have to make the game much quieter. I'll have to set it up. Whoa. You're asking about whether to take a break for gaming to do something else. What do you mean I meant by just not games? I don't know. I don't know what this sentence means, just not games. You want me to take a break that is not games? I have no clue what you mean by that. Okay, now we are waiting for the link from Zoshalex. Also remember to press like on the stream while we're at it. It helps. It helps a lot. I'll be right back. We have 8 likes, but we have 24 people watching. So we could use some people in that Twitch. All right. All right, we have gotten our link. We've got our link. I've got my drink, so we might as well start. Let me get the browser. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna do the setup. Fido is drinking. Everything is good with the world. Copy link address. Okay. Final New York City mayoral debate 1. Mamdani's intelligence unmatched on stage. Torches Cuomo and... Whoa. Damn. I have nothing to prove that, but Zoran seems so fake to me. Well, at least he's not a sexual predator. Okay? Maybe he seems fake, but I don't know. He's definitely better than the alternative, no? Can we at least agree on that? Do I seem fake to you? I don't have like a metric. Do you consider me to seem fake? No, you don't seem fake to me. Oh, okay. I'll listen to the debate and I'll see if I know what, you know. I'll listen to the debate and I'll see if he'll seem fake to me as well. There is a probability that he is playing up a persona and that is he's trying to craft a persona to gain likability. So like by fake, do you mean that he wants to win, present himself as the socialist figure and then just simply not do anything that he promised and keep up the status quo? Is that basically what you're saying? He's gonna play himself up as this guy that wants to disturb the status quo, do this, that, and the other, and then he'll win and just nothing will change and he'll do business as usual? Is this basically the concern? Moho, yeah, Lucy, how do I know you believe in any of this? You have to trust like a religious fanatic, sort of. That's a valid concern. That is actually quite a valid concern.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board. The seat is currently held by Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order, Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line.
Isn't he enthralled in some sex scandals or something? Am I mistaken? Is he tied up in some scandal or something?
Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right.
Let me see. We've gotten a comment on the side chat about him. I don't see him as fake. He's polished, but not fake.
Right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers.
What an interesting way to open up this debate.
You have
There are a bunch of people that will hate you.
Seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zohran. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign.
Who is this? Who is this candidate? I've never. Who is this? Do you know anything about Curtis Sliwa? Sliwa sounds Polish, actually. Sliwa, like a plum. Who is Curtis Sliwa? The Republican candidate. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Republican candidate is going to be against the billionaires. Uh-huh.
About you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced.
Lol.
These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore.
Yeah, we have you, the people. We have our Republican president that gave tax breaks to the richest and decided to take healthcare away from many poor people that, you know, whatever. Who gives a flying duck? We are here for the people. He's Polish Italian. I mean, his family, at least what the wiki says. His surname actually does sound pretty Polish to me. Wait, I need to show you the big thing segment with Śliwa at some point. I'm gonna pronounce it in a Polish way, Śliwa. The plum.
We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Yeah, make New York City great again. Very Trumpian. Very Republican. For the people.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first, thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks.
Do not believe the rumors about me being sexual something. It's okay.
Go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the greatest city on the globe. But we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save this city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes.
Who has not ever? Who has never held a job? Who?
He's never run anything. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will.
Has he never been a professional politician before? Zamdani? Or is this guy saying that being a politician is not a real job? He's never had any jobs? What?
Cut taxes, I will grow jobs, and I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready.
He was an assemblyman. So according to Cuomo, I guess being a politician is not a real job? Is that not a real job?
Here on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Arun Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are 3 candidates on this stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with
I mean, fake or not, what he is saying is true. Are you gonna admit that what he is saying is absolutely true? All that far right wingers have is fear mongering about immigrants, about the LGBT, this, that, or the other. No real solutions, no real proposals, no real policy. Well, the only real policy is taking away healthcare and tax breaks for the buddies, but that's not really helping anybody, is it? Wait, I'm gonna check the impersonator vid after the debate. We need to keep to a schedule, okay? We need to keep things organized.
Breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City.
I have to listen to this again.
Start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this...
What? That sounds horrible and creepy, and that sounds awful. That sounds like he's not beating the allegations. I'll just tell you that.
Situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president and I went down to the White House and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds.
Somehow I don't...
Call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them. Because this is not their job.
Somehow I read out that this Republican candidate will really stand up to Trump like that. I doubt it, but whatever.
Jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the City Council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
True.
Mrs. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th Precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race, and all of you on a regular basis has been less than glowing when talking about each of you.
Yeah, he's been calling Mamdani a communist, fascist, whatever thing.
Especially you, Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah.
I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, both my adversaries have decided to bump chess with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and it's threatened to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate.
The art of the deal. Oh my god, that is so, what a bootlicker. What a pathetic worm. It's always the now I can the Republican candidate indeed. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. Yeah. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay.
With his minions or
Very
himself,
funny.
he'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act
My
like
God.
you're going to take him on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New
What?
York City are going to lose. You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect, and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it, and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him. And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mondami wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is a balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial.
Didn't Mamdani say that there's going to be fear-mongering, and we're hearing fear-mongering?
You need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
All right, that's okay.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor...
Donald Trump's puppet himself. Okay, that is funny. That is funny. Fake or not. I will say he has a sense of humor.
Is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay. Short rebuttal from Mr. Cuomo.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mondami. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be...
Fear-mongering. That is what has been announced for this debate. Cuomo actually got a call from Trump, presumably to urge him to run as an independent to beat Mondani. Of course.
President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mondami a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight. Yeah, and the cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 live in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled-up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani.
The richest, most powerful country in the history of the world, as some say. And yet, children go homeless, children go to school hungry. There's a real food insecurity problem. There's a real homelessness problem, you know.
Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa, so Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, what are Cuomo's
Zoran
solution?
is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
Ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Oh my God, of course. How typical. Not addressing the question at all.
The answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do it.
I mean, he said he would build housing in addition to the partial rent freeze. So I don't see what the...
That, and that's what I've done across the country, across the state, make government work. You get the supply.
If you've done it, then why is there a problem?
Mr. Sliwa.
There's...
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration.
Ooh.
Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature.
Oh my God.
You fled. But let's get back on topic, because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters, and the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter.
The right-winger infighting.
The mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize this, because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself, to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers.
All right.
This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response? Hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mandami, we need to make sure that the big realtors, that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home. They live on the property. They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Is that a thing?
Mr. Cuomo,
is that genuinely
you
a
signed
thing?
law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot. Zoran said the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. People think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani, you can respond.
You know, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
Uh-oh.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry. We're going to go to Errol to talk about development.
My name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term, and they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit.
How is this guy still a candidate if he was...
Organizational structure, you have the zoning, but you have to start...
How is Cuomo still allowed to run?
Thousands of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the City of Yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on Election Day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled City Council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space that'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine-dined and pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely. Local control. Community boards should have their say.
Yeah.
What happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams. This City of Yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends.
I love the far right infighting. I love the right infighting.
I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit. And we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4.
You know, you
And
could
that's
build
why my
public
administration will
housing,
do
right?
exactly that,
Public housing is
scaling
a
up
pretty
programs we already had in HPD.
public housing is an ironically a pretty good solution to this sort of thing. Building public housing, that is a topic in Poland as well. You basically rent it out to people at a fraction at a cost to those who need it, and give them the opportunity in time to obtain the apartment also at a fraction of the cost. That is a thing that is available as an option. But I don't know, maybe the US sees it as communism or something.
Like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran?
True.
Jesus.
Be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to, which is that you didn't answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see 2 people appealing for the Republican Party's votes, and myself.
Answer the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
We're going to move on.
Don't worry, once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues, and will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective mayor?
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system, so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Interesting.
Okay, I've got a different.
Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please? You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people. You won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. God. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. what would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets
Handle New Yorkers.
protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine, that's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City. And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high.
What a cowardly answer.
Doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer.
How?
We'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
What a cowardly response.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Sliwa.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn.
Oh my God.
It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard
You
some
probably
of the
should not be
statements
talking
you
on
made
behalf of your sons.
in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yes, we can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election. Now,
Interesting.
all the same, Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Earl. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021.
Whoops.
The most recent
What was the
Quinnipiac
scandal?
University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're unethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers who have questions about your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials?
Yeah, well, first, someone misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government.
It's like an admittance, to be quite honest.
Legally, nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than yesterday. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have no problem working with her.
Didn't the Republicans drop him?
Legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. Most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature. And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
To many New Yorkers, you've often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zohran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost, your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs. You see the excitement
Who is this guy?
and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican populist candidate representing the working class, and I'm also, Katie,
does he even
the
stand a
candidate on the
chance?
independent line.
I'm
First
honestly
ever
asking.
Put together by my wife Nancy, who loves animals like so many. Save the animals. No-kill shelters. Animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect.
Does anybody
people,
know who
which has
this
been
guy
my
is?
life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals. Because remember, Mahatma Gandhi said, a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people. Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a disgrace.
Oh my God, that is such a Republican talking point. Truly a Republican candidate.
And wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you have criticized the politics of the past where leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people.
Okay, thank
but
you.
at times during this
Just seen it.
campaign,
Yeah,
you've
thank you.
carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
When it comes to our schools, I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been taken with NYC REITs. When it comes to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across the city. I also believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And my critiques of the politics of the past is right here on the stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government.
That's true.
That is what we are seeing, because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
No, legally, there are jurisdictions. The governor doesn't pick up trash. He doesn't run the fire department. That's what the mayor does. The mayor builds housing. The state allocates funding for localities. And I allocated more funding for housing than any governor in the history of the state of New York.
Of the world.
All right? I did things. You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything. There's no
I've heard that about
reason to believe
certain
you have
candidates
any
before.
merit or qualification for 8.5 million lives. You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency. And you've literally never proposed a bill on anything that you're now talking about in your campaign. You had the worst attendance record in the assembly. And you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you. Shame on you.
No, it is always a pleasure.
Yeah,
to
because
hear
I'm
Mr.
watching the
Cuomo prove
debate.
His own facts at every debate
Apologies.
stage. We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for
Governor
10 years,
Hochul.
screwing the city.
No.
You cut homelessness
as a
funding.
legislator,
You cut funding for the
you
MTA.
as
Oh,
a
boy.
You did all of these things, my
That's
friend.
the
That's
past
you.
4 years. It's the past 4 years.
Okay, guys, I didn't want to have to do this, but you understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if you do that. I believe
Everything
we've heard
works.
your response. I wanted to give you a quick word, and then we're going to move on.
Is
Heard
the
both of them again fighting
spirit of the
kids in
debate.
schoolyard. Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin, and Andrew, your failures could fill a public school library in New York City.
Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Got him.
Move now to public safety. And there was some breaking news from the New York Times that you, Mr. Mamdani, would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as police commissioner if you are indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm if that was true. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa, would you ask the current police commissioner to stay on if you were elected? So, Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I have said time and again that my litmus tests for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we would continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety. And in doing so, we will also be able to deliver.
We have a candidate that actually wants rehabilitation and not just punishment.
Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you are elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability. But then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail. Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo, would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran.
Always about the punishment, isn't it?
The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that. His current position, today's position was freeze the budget. That would cause a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally incongruous. DSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
It would be great.
Subscribe to One India.
Actually, it would be great to decriminalize prostitution. Actually. And also drug use. Decriminalize drug use. Those are the two things that should be definitely 100% decriminalized. But, you know, not on the agenda. Actually, not on the agenda of any of the sides on the political spectrum in the US. Any of the 2 big parties. None of the 2 big parties want to decriminalize drug use. So I don't even have hope for that. There's a part 2, but what is the impersonator? Oh. Link part 2 then. Oh, it's too fast to make the game big and loud. Alright, let's see. Social access link. All right, let's watch it.
You're making everyone here feel uncomfortable.
I am Cuomo. I know I make people feel uncomfortable. That is my entire brand. He's right. I am Andrew Cuomo. Okay. I am the real Andrew Cuomo. And if you are a billionaire, I will support your rights. I will support you. If you are an oil exec, I will support you no matter what. This man is not telling the truth. The press is here for me. They want to hear from me.
Oh boy.
Andrew Cuomo, please, Fox 5. Fox 5, don't put your hands in my face. I am a mayoral candidate. Although I lost the Democratic primary, I will not take no for an answer. I do not take no for an answer, ever. Not when it is the electorate, not when it is a woman in my office. I don't do that.
The joke is over.
The joke has only begun.
Yeah, okay. Do you see this crowd?
Yes, do you see this crowd? All 15 New Yorkers have come to support me. Wait a second. Wait, come here. Come here. Come here. Let me, come on.
Yeah, give me a little kiss.
I'm Italian.
Give me a little kiss. Give me a little kiss.
Oh. Scaring children. We're scaring the children.
Genocidal Zionist. Walk away from genocide, reject Zionism.
Oh my god. Okay, now link the debate. Link the debate, please. Do it. Do it. Please. Okay, part 2 of the debate. Thank you. Oh, the person has. I'm gonna have a debate on Dugin. Okay, cool, cool. Let me see. My goodness. I'm having a debate. Sure, what that means. Not sure what that means. If you're actually interested in to entertain the thoughts of a believer on Dugin's thinking, we could do a chat of some kind. Name a date and we can talk on my show about it. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I'm having a debate, it seems. Interesting. I'm having a debate on Alexander Dugin. That's gonna be something, isn't it? Gonna be something else, isn't it?
I will ask the public safety question, and we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes? And how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sidwell.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No, it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly understaffed. We need to get police officers in the subways actually patrolling the moving cars where people are most threatened and most frightened. And we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners. But it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since. But they never do it because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you, Mr.
What is the homeless outreach
You know, when I hear
unit?
from New Yorkers of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway system. And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow. And that is
I've always been hearing about how dangerous the subway in the US is, about people being attacked, about stuff like that. But I will admit that the subway in Poland, in Warsaw, the small subway that we have feels quite safe actually. And I like that. I guess there's a difference there because actually, maybe I'm just out of touch. But as far as I know, homeless people being aggressive or dangerous, that's not really a thing that is talked, that is not really a narrative that is being pushed in Poland. Well, I do understand that the circumstances are different, that there are a lot of differences there. But I also understand that there are certain things that, especially when one is homeless, decimate a person's mental state, which can lead people to be violent. That is actually understandable. And those people do need help. There's also a big thing among the homeless population in Poland, which is the idea of doing work for people. Like, I've met a homeless person recently while on a walk with Fido. I actually did not know the person was homeless. We started talking. He said that his mom has like 2 or 3 dogs. He said that he knows that I live nearby. And so I asked, oh, do you live nearby as well? And he said, oh, no, I'm homeless. And that he does all the jobs for neighbors around here. We had an interesting conversation. We had a nice chat.
At the heart of our public safety agenda is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year, they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls, when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
The answer is always a new government agency. It's manage the system. manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins.
If we know how to do this, then why is that a problem?
Crime problem. Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous, but hire the 5,000 more cops because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. So
more policing, more punishment. That's not a solution. That just raises recidivism. Yeah, it's common here too. Doing law cutting, walking dogs, washing cars. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Monet.
Yeah, so I see that it's a thing in the US as well. I mean, it's not surprising.
Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy. I have never once stated
that
we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
Excuse me 1 second. Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the streets, and both of you are for no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think.
Yeah, the whole idea is to rehabilitate people and let them out again. Yeah, that should be the whole idea. Not punishment and recidivism of 70%.
Bring up a particular crime concern,
God.
that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My
Ridiculous.
question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying Raise the Age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city to finally fight for the money that this city is owed to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Cuomo.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, I am a DSA member, I pledge allegiance.
Okay.
They say abolish jails, defund police.
No cash bail means people who would have got a small bail went back to work, kept being productive, suddenly lose everything even if innocent or a small offense. That is weird. Welcome back, Raider Rain.
Police don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New Yorkers? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the Raise the Age, I passed the law. I support the law. It's we were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local government.
Okay, I thought for a second that he was proud of putting 16-year-olds in adult prisons.
Some are doing it
But
better than
it'll.
others.
But the
If
music.
Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
Support keeping the law. Mr. Sliwa.
Once again, the architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zoran. It's personal for me. My
It's
oldest
personal.
son, Anthony, last October
Oh my
was the
God.
victim of a vicious gang assault that could have
Mhm.
killed him. And what happened to these juveniles?
Oh my God.
Cut free because they went to family court,
Oh my
not
God.
criminal court. So how can both of you look at me? I almost lost my oldest son to gang
boy.
violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it
See,
again
it's
and
all
again.
about punishment always.
To start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because...
Have I mentioned that the United States has recidivism at the level approaching 70% because of this mentality, which is demonstrated by data?
Between you on that.
And by data, I mean compared to other countries that have much lower recidivism.
Errol, you pick it
Yes.
up.
Okay, candidates, I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things, would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely. What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and
That's fair.
Mr. Cuomo, I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety...
My mother says, what other result could be expected when much of America locks up juveniles and put them down a destructive path? Yeah, there's no thinking about rehabilitation. There's no thinking about recidivism in the U.S. justice system. It's honestly pretty sad. Just this mentality of they have to be punished. And, you reap what you saw at the end of the day.
Budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you want to have social workers go out there and risk their life. And by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we so desperately need 7,000 new
Yeah, we need more policing. We all know that our city is just full of crazy people, unlike other. What is this guy even saying? This is insane. Why would you say that and think that you're sounding good? This is insane. Nobody will brutalize you like the good old boys in blue. Nobody will brutalize you like the good old boys in blue. What the fuck? What am I listening to? Unironically. Oh my god. The hell is happening in this debate?
Who use the Boston model, which is pay now in lieu of taxes. They do it at Harvard University and the other university. Will raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods. And most
I mean,
importantly,
I'm sorry, that is how I interpret the whole social workers will never get the results like a trained police officer will. Like, what? What sort of results are we talking about?
job they were sworn to do, and I will make sure that their insurance, the qualified immunity that was stripped from
What
them
does that
from
mean?
civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration.
Wow. Mental illness has existed for longer than 10 years. Congratulations. Wow, what an amazing revelation. Okay.
Services, not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode into rage. Why? Because that's sometimes a symptom of mental illness. So there's nothing new here. It just has to be done and managed. Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting, because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Okay, thank you, candidate.
40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're doing. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah.
Right-wing infighting. I love it.
Well, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr.
One
Slima.
and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani. Keep. Keep. Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city?
Increase.
Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same? Mr. Cuomo.
Expand. I would. Oh wow, that is a bad answer. Expand. Absolutely expand. Places for safe injections for people that have problems with drug abuse. Expand. Absolutely. That should be the answer. It should not be keep the same. It should be expand. If there's a problem and you have a solution that is proven to work, you should expand. Maybe I'm just stupid, but that is my opinion. Expand. Oh boy. Will any of them say decrease?
Close them down.
Oh, fuck me. Really? Close them down? Actual.
Okay.
Oh, horrible. Close them down. Yeah, a place where people can safely inject, you know, without the risk of having disease. This is so messed up. This is just stigmatizing people.
The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight?
I'm sorry, for me, the only good response is expand.
And another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%. Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Okay.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic
So
laws.
you would not increase ticketing the riders?
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sleeper.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right.
It's always about the punishment, isn't it?
To align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future. Do you support this, Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. All the attention would go to the presidential election, not to the mayoral election and all the down-ballot elections, all of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Same answers
Again and again and again. Yes.
Katie.
Thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa?
No.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani?
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City. And
Oh, God.
unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo?
I do not. I have not reviewed the proposals. I was not in. I did not vote.
It's not so hard to say.
I did. Let me just so you understand some facts.
Coward.
I did not vote to bring the casinos to New York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly problematic. And I
Problematic,
think there's
woke language.
more to come.
If this was, if this was a ranked choice,
You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
Maybe you should ask more gay questions.
In this, you'd have to rank these.
Myself number 1 and Curtis number 2.
Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you have an
I
answer?
support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo?
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final, a fun one.
Be careful. Be
What
careful.
What is your favorite live music
Jesus.
venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers. EDM.
Under the K Bridge, I presume.
That's right, the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mr. Mamdani?
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo?
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the K Bridge? Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
Candidates, it's time for the cross-examination round. That's where each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free.
Communist.
We know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary,
Oh, boy.
and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani?
Cuomo.
Who was your question
Well, we
to?
can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who is your question
It's
to?
to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels, and has been accepting charitable donations, which is
Right-wing infighting. Love it.
tax fraud. So I think that's the
Love the
person who's
right-wing
explaining
infighting.
to do.
Okay. Your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York.
Woke language.
It's with the Jewish community. It's with the Italian-American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger. It's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram. It's the Hindus. But then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take the picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga.
Question.
You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture, you said you didn't know who she was, it turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay? Just by their sexual orientation. Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
I mean, it's a right-winger. Of course they hate the LGBT.
It's just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have
hello. Hello, Wiggingale. Wiggingale. This was such a good debate, mommy dummy. True. This is the second one. This is the second debate. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome. I love having a Twitch viewer. I'm trying to build that Twitch audience, so I'm hoping to see you again, especially since I'm streaming on a schedule now. So thank you. Thank you. Are you streaming on another platform too? Yes, I also stream. I dual stream. I stream on YouTube and on Twitch. And I also have a White Forest page. lucyhazard.org/live. You know me, right? You know what I do. You know my... You know... Should I introduce myself? Should I talk about what I do? Etc. Or do you know me already? I haven't seen the second one until now, so I'm happy to whoever suggested it. It was Zoshelix. Zoshelix suggested it. Please do. I think I followed you somewhat recently. Okay, I'm Lucy Haze. I'm the biggest Polish political trans streamer, which is a title that I hold proudly, even though I'm a de facto micro streamer. I'm a very small streamer, but I'm still the biggest Polish trans political streamer. I cover the news and other political subjects. I focus mostly on the war in Ukraine. I go to Ukraine to report on the situation on the Ukrainian children in this war. Kidnapped children, children rescued from occupied territories, and children that live in Ukraine and suffer from the war. I do interviews regarding those subjects. And yes, I do interview the children as well. And I also do history content sometimes. And I play video games. Yes, I also play. Yes. I'll share my YouTube. And on much rarer occasions, I also do language-related content. Yes. Lucy had that. Boom. And I'm fundraising for Ukraine. Oh, I'll also link I might as well also link the page. Yes, so I'm fundraising to return to Ukraine. I'm planning to go to Ukraine, to be in Ukraine on Monday, Tuesday, or something like that. All right, let's continue. Thank you. I hope I have gained a viewer. Because my goal right now is to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer.
I've even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government,
thank you.
Then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated.
Serious and mature. Serious and mature. Oh my gosh. Serious and mature, indeed. What a sad state of affairs. Also give some love to my VODs. Thing.
For 4 years, the cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just stated, you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
Okay.
You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education. The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000 students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control, And I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student
makes
in the New York
sense.
City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
Mr. Sliwa, you recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion.
Oh my God.
25%.
Holy shit.
To help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse.
Oh boy.
Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day, and we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted, and more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you
That is just horrible. Closing down low performance. That just tells me that you don't care about the kids. You just care about data. You just care about, high performance, quote unquote. If you cared about the kids, you would try to look into why the school is not performing, and you look into solutions, not into closing down the school.
the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah,
exactly.
The denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges, and I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city.
What does that mean, sacrifice their kid?
I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the SAT, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago, don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. the state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system. But just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show
Oh
of
my
hands,
God.
we're talking
Illiterate.
in favor
Illiterate.
of the cell phone ban in
Illiterate.
schools. Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. They all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Orhan Mandami. No, you keep
His
Rikers Island
apprentice?
open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island, and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight, fight, fight. You fight for the taxpayers, and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
It's all about the punishment.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island, which is the Democratic Socialist policy. The county jails are not going to be built. It was a mistake. The whole plan was a mistake. They are years late, billions over budget. I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island.
Oh, new jails. Okay, we need more jails.
And bus transportation
Of course.
for people from
Of course,
other
more
boroughs
jails
to
needed.
visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for
Naturally,
commercial residential. But
more jails are
you
needed.
cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
More jails, more police. True, because the United States does not have enough inmates.
And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Oh, nice, nice. I like that.
No one on this
Socialist.
stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may,
Uh-oh.
you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion, on time, on budget. 2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off cutting your losses? That's the question, and the discussion discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no. Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing...
Uh-oh.
The issue is you have no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units.
Oh, no.
So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal, but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility, if you could be
It's going to be
specific?
timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point offline. That was 25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the needs since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output. So I say no to Local 97. And when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name-checked on Indian Point?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mondani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Katie?
We're going to move on now to the economy. Ms. Donnie, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan? And do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And I have separate questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers.
Of course.
They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut.
What does that have to do with
business here? But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and they're not going to hire workers. It's going to be robots and driverless cars and AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Oh yeah, the only way to stop AI from taking jobs is not to introduce a higher minimum wage. That is such a stupid argument, out of touch. I'm sorry, but if companies will want to introduce AI and automation, they will do so regardless of tax cuts or minimum wage. It's just silly. Because the cost of AI replacing a worker or automation will always be lower than a tax cut.
I half agree with Curtis. There is, Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States.
I'm sorry to say socialism is not when you raise minimum wage. I don't think any of these people know what socialism actually is. Yeah, socialism is when we pay a bit more to people doing jobs. Okay.
New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it. People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt the businesses. You're talking about basically doubling payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up the family and get on I-95
Paying people is a
and go
tax
to
on a
South Carolina
corporation.
and Florida and Texas.
All right. Candidates, we are coming down the home stretch. I want to alert our media
That's one way to put it.
partners, especially. We're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this very briefly.
At least they did not.
Have transit things to answer to.
At least they did not talk about trans people.
Of New York City Transit away from the MTA, which is mostly controlled by the state. Would the city then have to foot more of the bill? And if this is a good idea, why didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital, first of all, New York City owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over 2nd Avenue Subway, the L train tunnel. The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say no. There is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hired both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world,
proposal.
1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran, I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran, bro.
Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you say free fare in the subways. Half the people don't pay anyway. How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says,
oh my God,
all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo, when you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA. I don't trust you with anything to do.
How does stronger enforcement fix the part where people cannot afford the fare? Like, how does? Oh, well, whatever.
How would you make it better?
Oh, very simply. Everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops in the subway system. And by the way, we can get more people to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up, and beautify them, and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of minutes. Let's have another quick lightning round where each candidate will answer my questions with a quick response, usually yes or no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028.
Trump.
Man, I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay. We have
Brilliant. Nobody
a
responded.
city of hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own? Mr. Cuomo.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao, 我的朋友.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per 100 anni.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Embarrassing.
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
No. Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No, the Johns, yes, the pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, johns, and pimps would be a disaster on the quality of life in New York City.
They should be arrested, you say? Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay.
Of course.
Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis, Mr. Sliwa?
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
Mr. Mamdani.
It only took me 15 minutes to get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right.
No,
gentlemen.
it wasn't.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. That is going to do it for...
All right. Thank you. That was great. That was a great debate. I'm going to go to the toilet and I'll be right back. I'll be right back with you. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We've done it. What is this? I guess I'm going to click on it before I go to the toilet. What is this? Oh. Uh-oh. Is that him? One moment. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet, okay? I'm gonna check something on... My goodness. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. Tell us about how you survived being kidnapped and shot. This is from 14 years ago. Had to go back after the debate. Such a bizarre story. This is top 5 video of all time. And the victim of fake kidnapping hid it on himself. Okay, I think we need to watch this. This is fascinating. Okay, I guess. There we go.
As a talk show host, I comment about many things in life, but I particularly enjoy Mob Talk, where I talk about the geriatric espresso-sipping psychotic killers of organized crime. And if their names are Gotti and they're in the Gambino crime family, I have an orgasmatic verbal frenzy. Because I know them. I know they're degenerates right down to the marrow of their bone. And when John Gotti Sr. was on trial for the last time, the fourth time, when they stripped him of his Teflon, and he ended up doing triple life without parole at Marion in Illinois, I would critique the trial each and every morning after the day before's testimony. And I would talk about what an enemy of society, a cretin with chromosome damage, a knuckle dragger, a jadrul, a musclehead this Gotti Sr. was. And naturally, every sycophant, toady, and lackey throughout the New York area would call up, disparage me, threaten me, and tell me that I would soon be room temperature. And I would say, "Oofa to you," and language that I can't even describe here. But you know what?
The hell is this video?
They carried out their threats. And so in April, they decided to tool me up.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, of course I can give... Oh, you're a content creator? I did not know. Reading tail. Link your stuff.
Took out some baseball bats and laid in wait for me to come out of my apartment on the Lower East Side to make my way to WABC at Madison Square Garden.
What
and
a
they hit me
bizarre
about
guy.
32 times and rearranged my medulla and cerebellum so that all the furniture was upstairs and rearranged in the wrong rooms, and assumed that I would learn the code of Omerta, I would shut my mouth. Well, the moment I got out of the ER at Beth Israel, I just ratcheted it up. Instead of a half hour a day on Mob Talk, it was an hour a day, and now I talked about unsolved crimes involving Gotti Sr. and Gotti Jr. And that obviously caused him to pop the top, because I didn't realize he was given an AM radio in federal prison.
The hell is this
to me every
video?
morning before he would go to trial. And he ordered his son, the underboss of the Gambino crime family, to whack me. He says, "You get little Nick Corazzo, who grew up with him in Canarsie. He knows every move. We know Slee was going to resist. And this is the plot. They stole a yellow cab late at night, sawed the handles off on the inside, and turned it into a rolling coffin, and assumed that on one of those mornings I would pick their cab, which had their wheelman, a Gambino guy named Angelo Dundee Bundini Brown or something along those lines, and the shooter, Michael Iannotti. And they would go round and round the block. And Joey D'Angelo looked like a cab driver, and Michael Iannotti was a killer extraordinaire because he was an executioner. And on the sixth day that they went round and round, bingo, lotto day for them, I picked their cab, I jumped in the back, told them, "Madison Square Garden, hurry up, Mac." Said, "No problem, Sliwa." And I thought, wow.
That's the mayoral candidate?
An English-speaking cab driver, a guy who knows where he's going. Man, this is my day. I can max and relax, read the newspapers, prepare for the broadcast. Halfway there, instead of turning left and going west, he turns right to Gabon and goes east. And I said, "Hey, Mac, turn this hack around." And all of a sudden, he was putting the pedal to the metal, and I could hear the transmission grinding. And I said, I don't think he's taking this to AMCO for a transmission fix.
I said,
And I said, "Hey, Mac, I told you, turn this hack around." And then lickety-split, within seconds, all of a sudden, some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard. He's popping a 38 right down.
What? A gorilla was stuffed under the dashboard? What? Oh my God, what?
My three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife, spoon, and fork.
God.
And all of a sudden he says, "Take this, you son of a bitch," boom, and he fires. And I could see the fire leave the barrel of the gun. Didn't feel anything and never been shot before, so assumed, wow, this is just a bad dream or a misfire. And by the time I could come to my senses...
Wow, this is just a bad dream or a misfire. What? This whole story is like a fever dream.
My heart was beeping, and I felt like Robbie Robot in Lost in Space. You know, danger, Mr. Robinson, danger. He raises the gun, fires a second time, and now I feel it. The cramping, the blood is spewing. All of a sudden,
And then I died. I died, and my funeral was awful. What the?
In a panic, and I immediately dive for the door. Figure I'll dive into oncoming traffic, risk becoming a speed bump, and they knew I would do that. And as I reached for the handle and pulled to yank it over,
Weren't you shot twice? How can you dive out of a car when you were supposedly shot? Not once, but twice. What the hell?
and it came off of my hand, and pow, a third shot right through my legs like
third shot. Shot not once, not twice, but thrice? And you're thinking of diving out of the car?
a hot knife through butter. I've now been shot 3 times. I'm bleeding like a sieve. I'm stuffed beneath the driver, trying to avoid the headshots. I'm fighting the gun off so he can't pop 2 in the
to avoid the headshots. Oh my god.
back of my head, and then all of a sudden I pick up my Guardian Angel walkie-talkie. I say, Angel 1, code red, Angel 1. And they start blabbering away, and it distracts the driver, Joey D'Angelo, who thinks maybe it's NYPD 50. So he drives on the sidewalk. He drives back onto the street.
That makes no
sense.
sense.
He makes a radical turn going south towards the Williamsburg Bridge, and I feel a gust of wind, and I said, feet don't fail me now. I got precious little energy, so I used the cushion in the back to see, as if it were a trampoline, dived in the direction of what I felt was an open window because I felt the gust of wind. Luckily, they had opened the window just moments before they had picked me up because the air conditioner wasn't working. Lucky that the AC wasn't working. I made it halfway out the window. The gunman panics. He realizes, oh my God, he's out the window. So he pulls me up by my belt. He puts the gun in my back. The driver at the same time crashes me into parked cars. I smash me like sardines, nut to butt. They pump that final bullet in the back, push me out, and figure I'm dead on arrival and I'm sucking concrete.
What? They shot him in the back? So 4th shot? How is this guy even alive according to his story?
Next thing you know, they scrape me up off the asphalt, put me in the gurney, put me in the meat wagon, throw me on the emergency route of Bellevue, and they start cutting and chopping in an hour and a half. Well, actually,
literally, this story should end with, and then I died. They murdered me.
Hours later, days later, I wake up in intensive care with every tube and every orifice of my body, the bells and whistles. I wake up slowly. I see that first face that indicates to me that I'm alive, I'm not dead, and it's Ed Koch, my former nemesis, the former mayor of the city of New York, who thought I was a hemorrhoid in a red beret, and I thought I had died and gone straight to hell without an asbestos suit. When I came to my senses, I realized I was alive. I took a licking and came back ticking, and
I was even alive if any of this is true. This is some embellishment here, but this story is true. He was shot 4 times. How is he alive? This is insane.
It wasn't my martial arts skill that saved the day, or my street smarts. It was the man upstairs who decided I wasn't ready to be punching on the time clock yet and going out feet first.
That was something else. That was wild. Thank you for this. I guess we're gonna do one more FF Tactics thing, and then we can finish stream. We're going to do Ukrainian update tomorrow. Because we've been streaming for a long time. I think. We've been streaming for like... How long? 6 hours. Jesus. Oh yeah, I will. I will raid somebody everywhere. But Lucy. Yeah? Oh yeah. But this game will demonetize me. As it did last night. But I'm very poor. I'm the poorest streamer there is because, you know. One of those games that will demonetize me. Mercilessly. Oh no. There you go. You might as well make FF Tactics a bit bigger and louder now. I will think about the game. Oh. Oh, high potion.
This bodes ill.
There we go. Oh.
Bad find.
That's actually a very bad find, but whatever. That's why. There we go. Whoa. Also, who do I rate on Twitch? Tell me.
Very well.
Tirb? Oh, okay.
By all means.
I am needed.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. For the Lancer, everything's... Oh, it used to be Lancer, now it's Dragoon. For Dragoon, everything's more expensive. It used to be Lancer in old translation. Interesting. They changed it to Dragoon. Hey.
Sit, won't you? You surprise me, Ramza. I did not think to see you here in Lazalia. Alma's been worried sick. She'd be delighted to see you.
You bastard, you killed Tetra.
Zalbog,
What is it? You've a grim look about you.
Can you not end this fighting?
Came all this way to say that?
Yes.
What purpose can it serve? We Bales have ever fought to defend the people, not simply the crown. And now we fight for no more than our own glory.
As ever, you see only what lies on the surface.
Do not speak of that which you do not understand.
It is you who does not understand, brother. This war has been plotted to some unseen purpose. Dukes Larg and Goltana are only puppets in some shadow play.
A shadow play. Pray, tell how it ends.
I do not know. But consider the abduction of Princess Avelia from Orban Monastery. It was staged. A ruse to prevent Duke Goltana from becoming regent.
Staged.
I was there, Zalbarg, and I know all that followed. Princess Avelia was ultimately to be slain, but someone intervened. She lives, and is now in Goltana's care. Had the assassination succeeded, the crown would surely have named Duke Goltana a traitor and rallied its banners against him.
And who would go to such lengths?
The one responsible is our Lord Brother, Dystark.
Do you stand here accusing our brother of having some hand in this business with the princess?
Yes.
So you knew naught of this? Even so, you must know what Dystark is capable of.
Enough! Who have you become that you do not trust your own brother, your own flesh and blood?
Not a scumbag.
Zalbarg.
You helped kill Tietra.
You speak of trust, yet am I not your brother too? Why will you not trust me?
You might have, brother.
What have you ever done to inspire my trust? The mistake was my own. Until today, I'd looked on you as a true brother. But your mother's common blood forever stains you common.
Uh-oh.
You're not fit to bear the Bael's name. Begone from my sight.
Half commoner.
You cannot mean that.
Forgive me, Lord Commander, but I have urgent news. The Thunder God has broken through our lines to get a pass.
To strike so swiftly from Bessalad? His title's well earned indeed. Summon the War Council. All of them.
My lord.
Ramses' mom. Ah, yes.
Welcome. Make yourself at home. It's just rumor. Need anything else? That's the spirit.
Ooh.
Will that be all? Thank you and Phil.
Oh, there might be some new weapons here, actually.
Welcome, Orc Cat. Will that be all? Who needs outfitting? May I help? Good choice.
What about there? Oh. I guess not. No new equipment.
May I be a firework?
Okay, I promise we'd do one more level. Level? Did the game just glitch? It'll load, don't worry. This has happened before. I'm setting up a debate, it seems. Debate about...
You can rely on me.
Just try and stop me. Let us begin.
If you say so.
To battle!
Ramza, wait!
I'm sorry, Alma.
Did you think to leave without so much as a word?
Yes.
I've never been good at goodbyes.
You won't be coming back, will you?
Nope.
Delita lives, Alma.
What? But how?
I expect you have heard of Princess Avelia's abduction from Auburn. In truth, it was no kidnapping, but a rescue. One which Delita carried out for the faction with which he has aligned himself.
What? I'm not sure I understand. The princess was taken to Duke Goltana. Does this mean Delita works for him?
At first, I thought as much. That Delita had sided with the Black Lion to spite us, but I was wrong. I fear he may have fallen in with people far more dangerous still. 'Twas they who thwarted the plot to assassinate Princess Avelia, thus allowing Duke Goltana to keep his honor intact.
And as a result, war has broken out between him and Duke Larg. Is it true, Ramza? Was it Dicedog who plotted Princess Avelia's abduction?
Yes.
So you've heard. It is true, I fear. I am sure he had his reasons, but I cannot see them for the bloodshed.
Ramza, if Delita lives, then might Tetra?
Nope.
She did not share her brother's luck. Listen to me, Alma. I know not who guides Delita's actions, and I know not what evil lies at the end of this plot.
Evil. And Delita serves these people.
Perhaps serve is not the right word. Though he aligns himself with them, he appears to have his own reasons for doing so.
You mean to fight them, don't you? I want to fight too. I'm coming with you.
Are you mad? That's out of the question.
I want to help you prove the truth of your words.
No, not like this.
Please, Ramza.
Alma, please.
Ramza Beov, if I am not mistaken.
New number, who this?
But I have you at a disadvantage. I am Confessor Zalmor Lucianada of the Holy Office of Inquisition. I come to bring you before the office on charges of the murder of Cardinal Delacroix and suspicion of heresy. Should you wish to preserve your house's good name, you will come with us. But should you resist, you admit your guilt and will be executed as a heretic.
A confessor? Here?
You must run, Ramza! Quickly!
Then your choice is made. In the name of the Father, put this heretic to the sword.
I haven't even said anything. What? They didn't even allow me to respond. What?
Justice will be served.
What a bizarre turn of events.
It is time. victory awaits.
Leave it.
Oh. Okay. Cool. What the?
The next move is key.
Here I go.
What the hell? Just avoids everything.
Come on.
My God.
I must concentrate.
He just avoids everything. Thank you. Finally. Something that hits and that misses. Holly.
Here I go.
Justice will be served.
Jesus.
Where am I needed?
Here. Whoa! Oh my gosh. God damn. Alright, you can still win this. Thank you.
Sense is keen.
Potion. Okay. That's okay. I guess. Holy. Holy moly.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hells. I should defeat it by holy. Holy moly. There you go. There you go. Holy moly. Alright, this is going well for me.
Come on.
All right.
I must concentrate.
Focus, Ramza. Focus.
The battle is ours.
Yeah, true.
Not my finest there.
True. Go ahead and have an explosion.
Come on.
Justice will be served.
Just like that.
I must concentrate.
Focus. Focus, Ramza.
Know you not what you do, Ramza Beowulf? Your violence against us is as violence against the gods. But it is not too late. Repent of your sins. Repent and be spared.
You accuse me of heresy, but why? What have I done?
You slew Cardinal Delacroix to gain the Orosite he held and offer it to whatever hellspawn you profane to call a god. If that is not heresy, then pray tell what is.
You could not be more wrong. The legends of your holy Orosite are lies. The stones contain the power of evil. Cardinal Delacroix knew
I might play it tomorrow.
the power within the stone he held.
But I do like playing games with the music on.
And was transformed into one of the Lucavi.
Is it not enough that you murdered Cardinal Delacroix? Must you now slander his name as well?
Yes.
More's the pity. You will only see the name Beowulf washed away in tears. Justice will be served.
If only recording devices were a thing in this world.
Heretics who profane the gods must still face their justice. You will yet meet yours!
Yay. We won. Alright. Cutscene.
It seems we're all right. Both of us.
Thankfully. But please, no more needless risks. None of this makes sense. How could the Office of Inquisition have learned of the Orosite? Could the Church of Glabados be the one supporting Delita? What do they hope to gain?
Ramza, you mentioned Orosite. Have you
True.
truly seen the stones from the fables? If Orosite is real, then I think I may have seen it once too.
What? Where?
First, you have to promise that you'll take me with you.
It's 5
You
a.m.
persist in this. Do you think I would risk putting you in such peril again? I will not take you with me.
Then I have nothing more to say.
Do not act the child. Your very life is in danger.
I should think it is. I've acted against the Office of Inquisition. Surely I too am a heretic in their eyes. And when they do you think Dicedog will protect me? He would never do anything that might endanger House Beowulf.
No, I'm sure our dear brother would not. But you cannot come with me. The danger is too great. You must explain everything to Zalbarg and bid him beg the forgiveness of the Church. For you, at least, it is not too late.
The one I saw, it was in Auban, a crystal, engraved with the mark of the Virgin Maid.
Virgo. I must reach it before they do. Thank you, Alma. Now go to Zalbarg and do as I have said.
And just how do you think to enter the monastery? You're a heretic, remember?
True. I would not be welcome in the church's halls.
So you need me after all?
Fine, but only until we reach Aubon. When it is done, you will return to Zalbark.
I promise.
I will hold you to it.
I promise.
Let's be on our way.
Level 3. Oh my god. Level 3. Oh boy. Any new equipment? Ooh, there's new equipment!
You're interested then?
And new stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna get more equipment and then I save and we finish stream.
In particular, you're in safe hands with me.
Ooh, diamond.
This is your grand total. Most act.
Huh. Oh well.
Will that be? Don't be.
Was there something?
I've got some new armor. Yeah. Okay. Let's see to Twitch first. We're gonna copy the name. Just copy the name. How do I do this? Stream manager, raid. We enter the name. This is the person, right? Just chatting. 33 viewers. Alright, let's raid. Start raid. And we're also going to raid raid now. Alright, we raided this person and now we're gonna do YouTube. On YouTube we're going to raid who? President Sunday, I guess. Okay, see you.